Dobro jutro in lepo pozdravljeni udeleženci konference o umetni inteligenci. Glede na to, da imamo med nami pomembne goste iz tujine, bo ta dopoldanski del naše konference potekal v angleščini, zato dovolite par besed v angleškem jeziku. Dear participants of the Conference on Artificial Intelligence organized by Slovenia Medical Academy and Slovenia Medical Association in cooperation with European Academy of Science and Arts and under patronage of Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology and Ministry of Health. I'm delighted to welcome among us the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology, Professor Papic, and Acting Director General, Ms. Batagel from the Ministry of Health. Further, it's our pleasure to say welcome Professor Meitzer, President of European Academy of Science and Arts, and also representatives of Engineering Academy of Slovenia, as well as other distinguished guests who will be introduced separately when they take stage and have a presentation. I would like also to welcome other participants of our meeting. Artificial intelligence is becoming an integral part of our everyday lives, performing everyday tasks, including those that are vital to our survival and making a significant contribution to solving complex and time-consuming problems. In various fields of medicine, artificial intelligence facilitated and improves the interpretation of data, but it's not yet clear if it improves treatment outcomes. However, artificial intelligence is not just a technological and economic category, but also affects fundamental human rights and values. Therefore, despite technological advances, AI will never replace human relationship, personal contacts, empathy, compassion, and taking responsibility for possible mistakes and complications. Therefore, let us accept artificial intelligence as an effective tool for overcoming complex procedures and processes, but let us not forget the possibility of its misuse and be aware that artificial intelligence will only give us what we put into it. And now it's a great pleasure for me to give the award my co-chairman, Professor Komadina, who is the president of Slovenia Medical Association, and under umbrella of Slovenia Medical Association, this conference was organized. So, Ratko, please.
Thank you. I wish you a warm welcome on behalf of Slovenia Medical Association, which is a real umbrella organization of all medical organizations, professional organizations, sections of all fields of the medicine. Today's meeting was organized probably as a result of participation of Slovenian Medical Academy in Federation of European Medical Academies, where European strategy how to implement artificial intelligence in the field of medicine in European community, and how to survive with partners from the United States and from China. The technological development is huge, and that's why in Slovenian Medical Academy we decided to make this meeting with international guests. The whole conference will be later put on the website of Slovenian Medical Association for educational purposes, and all participants please sign your participation here for the purposes of medical chamber for our ECM. So we can start with the meeting, and it's a pleasure, really pleasure, to give the floor to our Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, Professor Igor Papic, the former rector of our university. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I was told I'm supposed to speak in Slovenian language.
It's okay.
Yeah, I'm quite familiar with this room. I spent a lot of hours here carrying the Senate of the University of Ljubljana. So, dear, moram preklopiti v slovenščino. Torej, spoštovana predsedujoča, profesor Poredoš, profesor Komadina, visoki gostje, predvsem pa spoštovane kolegice in kolegi. Veliko veselje mi je tudi zame, da sem danes lahko tukaj z vami na tem dogodku. Še posebej zaradi tega, ker področje umetne inteligence je tudi precej področje elektrotehnike, oziroma če kakšen kolega z področja računalništva bo mogoče protestiral, pa bo rekel, da je to področje računalništva, se strinjam, ampak je samo področje računalništva področje elektrotehnike, tako da smo spet pri prvotni trditvi. Torej, umetna inteligenca, prej sva se s profesorjem Tasičem pogovarjala na kratko, je zame osebno zelo star pojem. Jaz se spomnim, mislim, da je že kar 40 let, prišel sem prvič na fakulteto za elektrotehniko, največ je bilo tudi računalništvo takrat še v imenu. Se pravi, v 80 letih, mislim, da smo prišli na informativni dan za vpis na fakulteto. Bil sem dijak. In spomnim se sprehodov po tej stavbi, ki je več ali manj ta stari del, je seveda še tak, kot je bil takrat. In na enih izmed vrat sem zasledil napis Laboratorij za umetno inteligenco. Leta 85. Se pravi, desetletja so minila od prvih začetkov, pa še prej, že prej so se pojavljali te algoritmi in pa gotovo poznamo tudi našega akademika, profesorja Ivana Bratka, ki je eden izmed začetnikov umetne inteligence in seveda priznan tudi v svetovnem merilu. Seveda se sprašujemo, kaj je zdaj tako čudežnega postalo na umetni inteligenci, da je prej nekako živela v zatišju, mogoče v nekih laboratorijih, danes pa praktično vsak že govori o umetni inteligenci. Obstaja celo šala v smislu, kaj je hitrejše od svetlobne hitrosti. Število strokovnjakov na področju umetne inteligence, rast števila strokovnjakov na področju umetne inteligence, se pravi, danes že praktično vsak razpravlja o umetni inteligenci. Jaz osebno nisem impresioniran nad njo, zato ker v konceptu poznam, kaj je odzadaj. Gre za brutalne, lahko rečemo, različne regulacijske algoritme, koncepte verjetnosti, statistike in tako dalje in tako naprej. Kaj se je pa res drastično spremenilo? Se pravi, ta procesorska moč, računalniška moč, ki postaja na voljo danes v svetu, je tako napredovala, da algoritmi, ki so včasih tekli tedne, dneve, se danes odvijajo v nekaj sekundah. In seveda zdaj dobimo ta občutek realnega odločanja v času in to lahko za nekoga fascinantno. Še enkrat, recimo, mogoče se spomnite, da je bil prvi tak sistem, mislim, da ga IBM postavil, sistem Deep Blue, ki je tekmoval z velemojstri, šahovskimi velemojstri. In v končni fazi, v večjih poskusih, je tudi svetovnega prvaka premagal. In pa se lahko vprašamo, kaj je zdaj fascinantnega? Človek, ki je sposoben z neko intuicijo na področju medicine, sem prepričan, da se tudi še danes sprašujete, kako konkretno delujejo človeški možgani. Se pravi, človek je sposoben parirati enemu brutalnemu stroju, ki gre mogoče lahko po vrsti in čekira v relativno kratkem času vse možne kombinacije neke odločitve. Človek ima pa neke optimizacijske algoritme, ki pride do podobnega v bistveno krajšem oziroma enostavnejšem procesu, kot pa to naredi računalnik. Se pravi, procesorska moč, superračunalništvo je tisto ključno, kar se je zgodilo v tem obdobju, da imamo tak razcvet dobesedno. In pa poglejte, neke napovedi so, da se bodo drastične spremembe zgodile prej kot v 5 letih ali pa do 5 let. Tako da ne glede, a se želimo sprijazniti s tem, da uvajamo umetno inteligenco v vsa področja družbe, to se bo zgodilo in to se dogaja. In seveda skupaj z vsemi potencialnimi zlorabami, zato je seveda pomembno, da vemo, kaj je umetna inteligenca, kje so dobre strani in pa seveda, kje so potencialne zlorabe. Dovolite mi, da na kratko omenim, kaj v Sloveniji počnemo na tem področju. Omenjal sem te močne, tako imenovane HPC, High Performance Computing sisteme, superračunalnike. Slovenija, kot ste slišali, je pridobila sredstva strani Evropske komisije za izgradnjo novega superračunalnika v Mariboru. Pred nekaj tedni smo položili temeljni kamen tudi za nov podatkovni center in pa seveda v tem podatkovnem centru bo nameščen tudi ta tako imenovani Vega 2 superračunalnik. Gre za investicijo ranga 150 milijonov evrov in pa skupaj s tem bomo postavili tudi tako imenovano tovarno umetne inteligence. Se pravi, tukaj se bojo novi algoritmi učili in pa seveda to je predpogoj za uporabo teh sistemov tudi širše v družbi. Če grem potem naprej, gotovo je področje medicine izredno pomembno področje za aplikacije. Jaz se spomnim tudi pri raznih zagovorih na naši fakulteti je bilo precej dela na področju razpoznavanja vzorcev, pri radiologiji, pri diagnostiki, se pravi, to smo počeli že pred desetletji, prav to nekako prihaja zdaj v vsakdanjo uporabo. Jaz sem še vedno prepričan, da je zdravnik tisti končni odločevalec, je pa to izredno pomemben pripomoček, da nekdo dobi sugestijo od stroja in se potem seveda kot zdravnik sam odloči, ali bo to sugestijo sprejel ali bo pa mogoče izpostavil kakšen dvom. Naprej, če grem, konkretno naša vlada se je odločila, da če želimo govoriti o Sloveniji kot o deželi tehnologije, kot rečeno imamo pionirje na področju umetne inteligence, potem je pomembno, da pogledamo, kaj znamo s našimi strokovnjaki sami narediti in kako lahko določene koncepte začnemo uvajati v širše področje javnega sektorja, kar vključuje tudi seveda zdravstveni sistem. Osebno sem hodil po inštitucijah znanja, po fakultetah, Maribor, Ljubljana, Primorska, tudi Novo mesto, po inštitutih in sem prosil slovenske strokovnjake, naj mi podajo predloge projektov, kako bi vpeljali določene algoritme umetne inteligence na področju javnega sektorja. Smo definirali nekaj področji, med temi področji, poleg javne uprave, izobraževanja, energetike, je tudi seveda področje zdravstvenega sistema, medicine. Po neformalnem sestanku s temi raziskovalci, bil sem, kot rečeno, na večjih inštitucijah, sem potem prišel preko spletnega obrazca, so prijavili, prišel sem do 144 projektnih predlogov za aplikacijo umetne inteligence v javnem sektorju v rangu od pol leta do 1 leta. Se pravi, nisem spraševal, kaj bomo delali 2-3 leta, ampak kaj lahko praktično jutri naredimo. 144 predlogov, od tega jih je 52 na področju zdravstva. Jaz sem predal te podatke Ministrstvu za zdravje, so tudi sprocesirali in pa pomembno je, da so že postavili določena prioritetne sezname, kje bi lahko začeli pospešeno uvajati algoritme v zdravstvenem sistemu in neverjetno, da imamo mi sami te strokovnjake in pa zavedamo se tudi, da imamo na voljo določene generativne sisteme umetne inteligence, mednarodne platforme, ki sem prepričan, da jih bomo tudi mi uporabljali in je samo vprašanje, ne bom rekel desetletja, ampak nekaj let, kdaj bo to res prišlo do množične uporabe. Da ne bom predolg, dolg. Seveda me veseli, da ste ravno na to temo uporabe umetne inteligence v zdravstvenem sistemu ali pa na splošno znanosti organizirali ta posvet. Jaz sem prepričan, da vaši zaključki bojo pomembna vhodna točka tudi za nas, za bodoče aktivnosti. Tudi prej smo se šalili, jaz seveda razumem, kaj je umetna inteligenca, ampak bodimo realni, umetna inteligenca je še vedno manjši problem za človeštvo, kot je pa naša naravna neumnost. In zavedajmo se, da umetna inteligenca ne zlorablja človeka, ampak mi zlorabljamo umetno inteligenco. Tako da moramo biti previdni, ampak poglejte, to, kot je šel razvoj na vseh področjih, nekdo je predlagal, da bi prepovedali umetno inteligenco. Kolega Zupan iz Frija je rekel, prav pa prepovejmo še računalnike. Pravi, to je dejstvo in če se kdo boji umetne inteligence ali pa zlorabe, edino učinkovito orodje za boj proti zlorabi umetne inteligence je umetna inteligenca. In smo spet v začaranem krogu. Torej, še enkrat uspešen posvet vam želim in pa veselim se vaših zaključkov. Hvala lepa.
Thank you for the kind words. And the next invited speaker on behalf of Ministry of Health is Dr. Thea Batagel, Ms. Thea Batagel. She is the head of the Directorate for the Digitalization in Healthcare at the Ministry of Health, Republic of Slovenia. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you. Lepo pozdravljeni vsi skupaj in z velikim zadovoljstvom vas pozdravljam v imenu Ministrstva za zdravje na današnji mednarodni konferenci, ki osvetljuje eno ključnih vprašanj našega časa, to je vloga umetne inteligence v znanosti in zdravstvu. V času, ko se soočamo z naraščajočimi potrebami pacientov, kadrovskimi izzivi in drugimi omejenimi viri, so podatki in napredne tehnologije eden izmed ključnih vzvodov za izboljšanje kakovosti, učinkovitosti in dostopnosti zdravstvenih storitev, torej celotnega zdravstvenega sistema. Nobena tehnologija pa ne more brez podatkov. Kvalitetni, strukturirani in interoperabilni podatki so temelj sodobnega zdravstvenega sistema. Omogočajo boljše klinične odločitve, spremljanje izidov, zgodnje zaznavanje tveganj in načrtovanje ukrepov na sistemski ravni. Na Ministrstvu za zdravje izvajamo celovito transformacijo digitalnega okolja zdravstva v smeri centraliziranih rešitev za zdravstvene zavode. Naš cilj je vzpostavitev standardizirane digitalne infrastrukture, ki bo omogočila varno, pregledno in učinkovito upravljanje s podatki v realnem času. S tem pa bomo zgradili tudi trdno podlago za uvajanje naprednih rešitev umetne inteligence. Med primeri nekaterih projektov, ki jih že izvajamo in jih vodimo s ciljem, da jih končamo do sredine leta 2026 na administrativnem področju, naj omenim projekt za inteligentno razporejanje urnikov zdravstvenega osebja, ki ga bomo uvedli na nacionalni ravni za vse zavode. Gre za rešitev, ki s pomočjo algoritmov na podlagi podatkov o delovni obremenitvi in specifičnih kompetencah zdravstvenih delavcev predlaga optimalne urnike. Projekt je lep primer, kako lahko napredne metode podprejo delovne procese, razbremenijo kadre v zavodih in obenem izboljšajo pogoje dela. Na področju telekapi se prav tako testno uporablja orodje, ki temelji na umetni inteligenci. Po okviru obravnave bolniki opravijo CT diagnostiko, ki jo običajno interpretira lokalni radiolog. Interpretacija izvida je zahtevna, specializiranih nevroradiologov, ki se ukvarjajo s specifičnim področjem, pa je premalo, da bi lahko pri tem sodelovali. Zato računalniška orodja, razvita na podlagi umetne inteligence, lahko pomagajo pri odločanju v akutni fazi možganske kapi in vodijo k boljšim rezultatom zdravljenja. Ker pa v zdravstvu vse odločitve neposredno vplivajo na življenja, morajo biti sistemi umetne inteligence pregledni in preverljivi. Etika, varnost in zaupanje morajo ostati v središču digitalne preobrazbe. Pacienti morajo vedeti, da so njihovi podatki zaščiteni in da jih obdelujemo izključno z nameni izboljšanja zdravstvene oskrbe. Pred nami je še veliko precej operativnih nalog. Vzpostavitev smernic glede transparentnosti algoritmov, odgovornosti glede odločitev umetne inteligence oziroma meje njene uporabe, uvedba mehanizmov za neodvisno preverjanje učinkovitosti in varnosti orodja umetne inteligence pred uvedbo v njihovo uporabo. Obenem pa ne smemo pozabiti tudi na krepitev kompetenc zdravstvenih delavcev za razumevanje in uporabo teh tehnologij v praksi. V fazi končnega usklajevanja s socialnimi partnerji je zakon o digitalizaciji zdravstva, katerega cilj je med drugim prav zagotavljanje strukturiranih podatkov o pacientu na enem mestu, ki bo podpiralo hitro ter kvalitetno odločanje v postopkih zdravljenja. In hkrati zakon predstavlja tudi podlago za zagotovitev strokovnjakov na tem področju. Veseli me, da današnja konferenca združuje vrhunske strokovnjake z področja znanosti, zdravstva, inženirstva in etike. Prav interdisciplinarnost je ključ do uspeha, da rešitve, ki nastajajo v raziskovalnih okoljih, uspešno prenesemo v bolnišnice in ambulante, kjer bodo dejansko pomagale našim pacientom. Umetna inteligenca je orodje, je pripomoček, ne nadomestilo za človeško presojo. Pomaga nam lahko sprejemati bolj informirane, hitrejše in natančnejše odločitve. Lahko razbremeni zdravstveno osebje rutinskih nalog in omogoči, da več časa namenijo tistemu, kar je v zdravstvu najbolj dragoceno, človeku. Verjamem, da bomo današnji dogodek izkoristili kot priložnost za oblikovanje skupnega pogleda, in sicer kako naj umetna inteligenca v zdravstvu deluje v službi človeka, pravično, odgovorno in učinkovito. Hvala in uspešen dan vsem. Hvala lepa za...
As a matter of fact, this conference was organized together with two partner academies. One is Slovenian Engineering Academy and another is Academy for Sustainable Development. So both academies are working and in hands with Slovenian Medical Academy, and that's why I want to give the floor to Juri Tasic on behalf of President of Engineering Academy. You can speak from your seat.
Thank you for giving the possibility to say that all of you are welcome in the name of Engineering Academy on this very important meeting, not only for the medicine, but also for engineering. I think, and all partners and colleagues from the Academy, we are glad to see that we can participate in the development of new technologies, new approaches, new methods in the process of healing of patients. So as you heard from the minister, the methods of artificial intelligence are based on the mathematical methods, because there is a lot of activities also on that area. And on the other side, at Engineering Academy, we are glad that, or we have also the idea that we have to set up one kind of body or formal institution where the third level of the healing process that is tightly connected with the institute for development of new technologies in this area of medicine. Because only this knowledge from both sides, technologies, basic science, from physics, mathematics, and medicine, we can find new methods and new approaches how to heal those complex illnesses of a lot of patients nowadays in our society. All of you are welcome here, and we are glad to participate in this conference too. Thank you.
Professor Tasić, thank you. The next Academy for Sustainable Development should be introduced by Professor Stane Pejovnik, also former rector of Ljubljana University, but yesterday he got ill, seriously, so he couldn't send even online opening words, so we wish all to Professor Pejovnik that he will get better in next couple of days. Anyway, both academies are welcome at our meeting. And the last opening address belongs to our actual rector of the University of Ljubljana, Professor Gregor Majdič.
Spoštovane kolegice in kolegi, drage goste in gosti. Zelo mi je žal, da danes ne morem biti osebno z vami, da bi vas pozdravil na tej zelo pomembni konferenci. Spoštovane kolegice in kolegi, drage goste in gosti. Zelo mi je žal. Spoštovane kolegice in kolegi, drage goste in gosti. Spoštovane kolegice in kolegi, drage goste in gosti. Zelo mi je žal, da danes ne morem biti osebno z vami, da bi vas pozdravil na tej zelo pomembni konferenci o
is not so strong at the moment as we believed. So the program is divided into three big parts. The first third will be dedicated to some theoretical approach. The second step will touch legal, ethical, social aspects of this new field. And the third one, after the lunch break, we'll talk about some cases of clinical implementation of artificial intelligence programs in Slovenia. Go on, please.
it's my pleasure to invite Professor Klaus Meiser, President of European Academy of Science and Arts. Professor Meiser is well-known and outstanding German philosopher and scientist, emeritus of excellence of the Technical University Munich and senior professor of the Karl Friedrich von Weizsäcker Center of the University of Tübingen and German National Academy of Science and Engineering. In addition of his numerous activities, Professor Meiser is currently president of the European Academy of Science and Arts. His interdisciplinary commitment has a wide impact on the leadership of numerous universities, scientific societies, and organizations. Professor Meizer's impressive work in the field of quantum physics, mathematics, and artificial intelligence are expressed in numerous publications. And therefore, it's our pleasure, and thank you once again to coming to Slovenia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for your kind introduction. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear members of the European Academy of Sciences and Arts. As president of this academy, it's my pleasure to bring you at first the greetings of all our members. My talk this morning, from innovation to application, challenges of AI in science and healthcare, is not only in the function as a president, but mainly as a scientist in that field. And that is, for example, documented here in book titles on artificial intelligence, on limits of AI, theoretical, practical, ethical, then recently on neuromorphic computing, that means brain-oriented computing, and finally a handbook on artificial intelligence, which was edited last year. And on that background, I will start this morning with the question, what can we learn from nature? And then I will consider innovation of AI in science, medicine, and healthcare. And I will end with a question towards innovative and responsible AI. Now let's start with the question, what can we learn from nature? Oh, we can learn a lot. We can learn from the biological evolution of complex systems. And you know, in the life sciences, this evolution starts with cells. A cell is a complex system of interacting molecules. And then on the next level, an organ. An organ is a complex system of interacting cells. And on the next level in medicine, organism is a complex system of interacting organs. And on the next level, a population is a complex system of interacting organisms. And finally, an ecological system is a complex system of interacting populations of plants, of animals, and so on. Now, from a formal mathematical point of view, physical point of view, all these systems are open systems. That means dissipative systems which are in interaction with their environment by energy interaction, by matter, or by information. And now it is typical in these systems that at critical values of these kind of interactions, we emerge abruptly the emergence of new patterns and new structures. And that can nicely be illustrated here by a very prominent complex system, namely our brain. Our brain is a complex system of interacting neurons by synaptical interaction. And here in the pictures, these are PET pictures, PET, positron emission tomography pictures. We can observe this emergence of patterns here. That means synchronously firing neurons here in yellow and in red. And it is amazing that these different patterns here are correlated with different mental and cognitive states. For example, perception, thinking, or even consciousness. Now, if we consider this complex system on a deeper level, on the micro level, then we can observe the interaction, which I mentioned, of the neurons in a synaptical way. And for the first time, that was measured and mathematically modeled by two Nobel Prize winners of medicine, namely Hodgkin and Huxley from Cambridge in the beginning of the 50s. And what they detected was that the interaction is following a certain rule. Namely, roughly speaking, such a neuron is firing, became initiative if the sum, that is the sigma here, if the sum of the neighbored inputs from the neighbored cell is larger than a certain threshold value. Now, that inspired the people of modern AI in machine learning. And they consider computational simplified models of the human brain. You can see them here in these graphs. And here the nodes represent the mentioned neurons, and the arrows the synaptical interaction. In the model, they are weighted by numbers, and the numbers indicate the neurochemical intensity of the interaction. And then the rule, which I mentioned by Hodgkin and Huxley, namely that in the model, such a neuron is said to fire or to be excited if the sum of the neighbored inputs, here illustrated by the arrows, is larger than a certain threshold value. And by that you get a stream of signals, and the stream of signals is sent through this architecture, which you can see here in the graph with several layers. And that is, by the way, also motivated by the structure of the neocortex of the human brain, namely several layers. And the stream of data is triggered by so-called learning algorithms. And there are a lot of kinds of learning algorithms. I will only mention the supervised learning algorithm. That means that at first, the neural network is trained by a certain pattern, a prototype. For example, a photo of a face. And what is a photo of a face? It consists of millions of pixels, and that is a pattern. And that is, by adapting the weights, which I mentioned before, is trained to the neural network. And by that, the network later on, in this case, is able to recognize this pre-trained pattern, this face, among a huge number of other perceived faces. Or reinforcement learning. Reinforcement learning is well known in the engineering sciences, even before AI. And it means, roughly speaking, that a system is able to improve its solution of a problem by rewarding from outside. And deep learning only relates to the depth of the neural networks. That means to the number of layers. For example, here, that is a technical, simple example with only 4 layers. The neocortex, as far as I know, has 6 layers, here only 4 layers, but it's working quite similar to nature. Namely, at the first layer, you observe the differences of colored pixels, and then on the next level they are connected as edges and corners, next level partial faces, and then the whole faces. And that is in principle all. That is deep learning, and that is pattern recognition. The only, in quotation mark, difference to real world neural networks nowadays in technology is that there are not only 4 or 6 layers, such as in the human brain. There are hundreds of layers, thousands of layers. There are millions of neurons and billions of synaptic weights. And by that, there are a lot of very nice applications. Let us start in science with physics, elementary particle physics. Perhaps you remember in 2018, CERN came up with the announcement, the Higgs particle is detected, but not by a human, but by AI. What had happened? Actually, there was at first a human. Namely, there was a Nobel Prize winner, Peter Higgs. And what did this theoretical physicist? He derived from the assumptions of the element particle theory. Nowadays, from the hypothesis, mathematically, he predicted the existence of this so-called Higgs particle. The Higgs particle, by the way, is crucial to explain the emergence of matter in the universe. So it is a very crucial detection. And now, he also predicted that this particle would decay in several other particles. That means he predicted a certain pattern of elementary particles. It's like a fingerprint for police. This fingerprint of this pattern is detecting there is the particle. And now supervised learning. Supervised learning means at first the system was trained with this fingerprint, this prototype of a pattern, like a face. And then actually it was detected a huge number of other particles which are generated by the proton collision in the accelerators. That is illustrated here on the left in the pictures, billions of these data. And the recognition of pattern is illustrated here in the left. These red rings represents the fingerprint for the Higgs particle, and the blue ones, all these other particles which are generated by the proton collision. Now, the amazing aspect is that the same algorithm is now applied in medicine, completely other field. In breast cancer, for example, again, supervised learning. The system is trained at first by the criteria of cancer cells. And then it is able to recognize this pattern among the huge number of other cells in the breast that is illustrated here on the second line on the left. In red, these are the cancer cells, the distribution, the pattern of cancer cells, which is separated from the healthy lymph nodes. Another example of this kind of machine learning in protein application. You know, a protein, a virus, for example, is a chain of amino acids. And they are represented here in the picture by the sequence of Latin letters. And then the system is analyzing very carefully in each protein the structure and the distribution. And perhaps you know, proteins are crucial for life functions in the cells. And typical for proteins, they have a typical folding. And the folding is very exact in nature. If there is a tiny deviation, that may be the hint for an early stage of emerging cancer cells, for example. And that is detected here again by this kind of machine learning. Then these machine learning algorithms are applied, for example, in an acceleration of the development of medicaments. Perhaps you know in the past that needs a time scaling like in engineering sciences for the development of an aircraft, years and years, but that is significantly now reduced in time. And even this kind of AI algorithms are able to detect correlations in the data, which were never before observed by humans. And now, all that I could go on with very nice examples, but all that is, until now, only simulated on a classical digital computer. And a classical digital computer was at first invented in the 40s by John von Neumann. And therefore, this kind of architecture, you can find it in your smartphone, in a supercomputer, everywhere. The so-called von Neumann architecture is illustrated here on the left. That means a strict separation between a processor and a memory. And that needs a lot of energy. With the increasing mass of data, all these data must be pressed through this von Neumann architecture. And that does not only need a lot of energy, but a lot of time. So in some years, the major part of energy which is needed on the Earth by us humans will be in digitalization with this kind of architecture. And now again, what can we learn from nature? Unbelievable. Our brain, perhaps you know, it only needs 20 to 25 watt. That is a small lamp for all these amazing abilities of human. But until now, we use this digital structure of the von Neumann architecture. Now, the main reason for the difference with nature is a completely different architecture. The architecture of the brain, I illustrated that here in the midst again, is a network with synapses. And these synapses can do both. A synapse can be a processor. A synapse can also be a memory. It integrates these functions. No strict separation. And we have not only one synapse, we have billions of these synapses. So there is no danger of a von Neumann bottleneck concerning energy consumption in the human brain. Now, the machine learning in the machine learning application, this kind of networks, which I mentioned before, are only simulated on this von Neumann architecture. So there is no, in machine learning nowadays, no advantage of energy consumption. And now the question came up, can we do that in hardware? Not only simulation. Can we do that in hardware? Yes, we can. The first ideas came up in the end of the last century. There a kind of transistor was suggested. It's a so-called memristor. Memristor is the word combining memory and resistance. And that can mimic this kind of integration, which I described for the synapse, and we wrote books about that, about the mathematical theory of this kind of so-called memristive networks, and they would in technology simulate the neurobiological model of Hodgkin and Huxley, which I explained before. Here the memristor is mimicking the synapse. But the question came up, can we build that really? And therefore we need special materials. I'm now in an advisory board of the German Ministry of Research for this kind of neuromorphic systems and AI. That means brain-oriented architecture. And here on the left, you can see a layer of this kind of memristive systems with the memristors in the edge here of this lattice mimicking the synapses, and they are energetically highly efficient. They are analog systems, such as in the human brain. The synapses, they avoid this von Neumann bottleneck. Now, anyway, that is nice, but, and that is not only theoretically analyzed, it is now built in this future cluster of our ministry with the industry. But then the idea came up, we can even do more. Let us consider, instead of the electrons in this system, it's the electrotechnical model, let us consider photons. Photons in a photonic-based neuromorphic computer. And that, it's still in its infancy, to be honest. But it would be amazing, because photons, that would mean an energy consumption by 75 watt. And you remember the brain has 25 watts. That would be very good. And it would be an acceleration of computational time from milliseconds for the electrons to nanoseconds for the photons. Now, coming back to medicine, these neuromorphic chips can already and are already be applied, for example, here for predicting and preventing seizures. Implemented devices for prediction and prevention of seizures here with the neuromorphic chips. They are already applied for Parkinson and epilepsy patients. And here in the arrangement, you can see number one, that means there is a warning system, the chip, who is observing the coming up seizure. And then here, number two means there is an appropriate infusion for medicaments to prevent the seizure. Or another application would be in neurorobotics. That means robotics for humans. That is illustrated here in the diagram, the learning neural net encoding here transfer sensor or motor steering signals into the parallel sequences of pulsing for regulating implemented microcontacts here on the right in the first picture to nervous tissues. And I could go on with this kind of amazing applications of computational devices. But a main challenge nowadays in AI is not the application in a laptop or in a computational system, but in the infrastructure. People also think, oh, AI is such as a robot, come in and is very similar to you. No, mainly AI is hidden in our infrastructure everywhere. And that is illustrated here in the picture for the application of the health system. And I remember during pandemics in Germany, my country, high tech in the surgery, but very poor in the communication system, very old-fashioned. And that leads to the situation that sometimes the communication collapse, even in the epidemic situation. And so I think the main technological tendency in AI nowadays is that all these digital infrastructure are growing together. That is metaphorically here a little bit illustrated by this brain, which is spreading all over the planet Earth. And on the right and the left, you can find the already realized digital infrastructure, such as a communication system, or in economy, circular economy. You know, that would be a self-regulating economy to avoid waste and pollution, but that needs a lot of data, and that can only be handled by AI and digitalization. Or our global, here on the left, our global financial system, or the health system, which I already mentioned. And in the end, we are living in time of wars. That means the application in defense system. There will not be longer on battles with armies of tanks. You can observe that in the Ukraine now and with Russia. There will be digital armies of drones. That is no science fiction. That is a reality. And this example also illustrates the dark sides of application of AI. Now let me come to an end towards innovative and responsible AI. As you know, AI is no longer only a topic in the research labs, in the different disciplines of science and technology. It had arrived in everyday life, at least since 2 years, at first with the chatbot, with the ChatGPT, this amazing chatbot by OpenAI, one of these big IT companies of the US. I must not explain it to you. I think you all have your own experiences with these kind of amazing, but sometimes people are afraid by these applications. And here I also mentioned that the ChatGPT, that means the US products, have a strong competitor in China. And that is DeepSeek. That is also very interesting. DeepSeek is less expensive and needs less energy. Anyway, I mentioned that in order to underline that we are living nowadays in a strong worldwide competition with this technology. And now I come again to my role as president of the European Academy. That does mean that we need in Europe more invest in this technology, in AI. Because that will be and is already the basis of our welfare and of our wealth in our European countries. And without these innovations, there will not be welfare, and we can no longer finance. We cannot longer finance our welfare, our social systems. And therefore it is so necessary to become strong. Make Europe great again, to be strong in this field. But on the other side, our European field, contrary to the other competitors, which I already mentioned, is illustrated here in this picture. From innovation to responsible AI. Since antiquity, as you all know, especially here, the physicians, the Hippocrates Oath has requested human well-being as measure of healing and helping. So what we need is both in Europe. That is our profile, historically, our profile. To be strong in innovation on the one side, but on the other side also our ethics, our, for example, Christian sources in Europe. And so both in order to handle the increasing complexity in health and medicine. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Mainzer. Please, can you stay at the stage for Professor Mainzer? Can you stay, please, at the stage for 2 short questions? We will have discussion at the end, but if some vital important question from audience, some questions, suggestions, comments? Yes, yes, please, Professor.
I am from this area too, as you recently mentioned. Did you remember that massive parallel computing is a first approach to this very integrated processing of a bunch of data? That this was a very huge step in the direction of parallel numerical algorithms, because everybody is thinking, as you mentioned, on sequences. You're working generally as a numerical algorithm which is in the background of all those activities in AI, that is mathematical algorithms. If you want to simulate neurons, then this approach should be also very useful, massive parallel computing. It was one by Professor David Evans from Loughborough University. He was, I think, first in this area in the world in the 80s and 90s who worked on that. And you mentioned also this problem of the neural networks, a learning process. As I saw there on your slide, you mentioned the gradient algorithm as one of the learning, but as you know, it is very slow algorithm. And we have to find for learning processes, much faster algorithms. And this is important for development, how to learn, supervised learn or unsupervised learn, the systems to be useful for us, for doctors of medicine and other scientists, or all areas you mentioned. And I think just first steps in the direction of parallel computers are transputers, if you remember. It was in late 70s. Transputers were developed by English, I missed the researchers. And I think there was a lot of activities in this direction, which was mentioned by you.
We have
Thank
to
you.
proceed because of time limit. Thank you. And after that, during this discussion time, we will ask Professor Meiser to answer the question.
Yeah.
Once again, thank you for this excellent introduction, and thank you, please. Yes.
Okay.
The next speaker is Professor Claudie Bochtink. She is clinical psychologist from Faculty of Medicine in Amsterdam. And she published some papers in the field of artificial intelligence. And please, Claudie, the floor is yours. And we will have discussion at the end of this first block before the coffee break. Questions and comments, because we have some problems with the time. This is not artificial, this is real one.
Thank you very much. First of all, incredibly honorable to have this presentation here at this excellent place. Incredible. I'm going to talk about potential challenges of digital interventions and AI for mental health conditions, a global perspective. And Professor Meiser already addressed that nature is a complex system, the brain are complex systems, but also common or mental health conditions are complex systems where the nodes in a networks are actually symptoms that trigger each other. I will not talk a lot about this a lot today, but if you're interested in the work on this, I'm also chairing an interdisciplinary center for urban mental health. There we work a lot on complex systems and mental health conditions. So, what are we talking about and why it's irrelevant? So already a few years ago, the World Health Organization estimated that 1 in 8 people live with a mental health condition. So what are the most common mental health conditions? Quite easy. The top 3 are anxiety disorders, depressive disorders, and addiction. And there are far more, but these are definitely the top 3. So why do we care about mental health conditions? Is it more than a feeling? No, it is. People with mental health conditions die 10 to 20 years earlier. And this is not only in schizophrenia, this is also in the top 3, anxiety, depression, addiction. And also it's associated with high economical societal cost. Including not only sick leave at work. So if you want economic prosperity, you better invest in mental health as well. And we do know, and this is published in the leading journal worldwide in medicine, New England Journal of Medicine, we know that there's an enormous increase of risk of onset later on in life of a medical condition like cardiovascular disease if you have mental health conditions. So it's really a strong predictor. So if any one of you is interested on preventing medical condition, this might be a good target point. And in the meantime, we faced all these wicked problems, societal problems, in Europe, worldwide. So what do we have? Climate change, aging in Europe, generative AI and social media, polarization, war, also in Europe, and urbanicity. And why do I call these wicked problems? Because for all these problems, we know there is not a single cause and not a single solution. And even more so, we know that these societal problems translate to a higher prevalence of even more mental health conditions. So, and there is already a mental health gap. So the World Health Organization estimated the World Health gap. So in high-income countries, most of European countries are high-income countries, we know that only 50% of the people with mental health condition get proper treatment. In low-income countries, it's 90%. So that's a bit of a challenge. But how about if we use the internet for the good? And this is just a graph showing the internet adoption. And then you see already Western Europe, 94% has access to internet. Northern Europe, 97%. And also in the lower middle income countries, this is rapidly increasing. So this means internet is the way to reach out to people. Is it doable? Is this a way to intervene on the system? Does it have any effects? Very valid question. So a while ago, together with some partners at universities in Indonesia, we thought, you know what? Indonesia, there we know almost 20 million people deal with depressive disorders, not depressive symptoms. That's very normal and adaptive to have this once in a while. Who doesn't? But these are people with depressive disorder with an enormous impact on daily living, on the level that you cannot work, you cannot study, or you cannot even feel love for your children. So we tried together with them to work on designing a digital intervention. And why makes that any sense? Because we already know that psychotherapy, psychological interventions for common mental health conditions are as effective as, for instance, neurobiological treatments, like antidepressants or external brain stimulation and so on. So how about if we try to use this knowledge, build this in automatic systems that automatically, step by step, help, so create a self-help intervention. So the internet, so the chatbots actually gives you a self-help program. So we did that, it's called Act and Feel, and then you typically have a platform, it could be on an app or a chatbot, that not only monitors, so classifies and diagnoses and monitors depressive symptoms, but also gives you personalized options to work on the interventions yourself. And this, by the way, was guided not by psychiatrists, clinical psychologists, whatever. This was guided by lay people, people from the community with no background in mental health. They were trained, but minimal training one day. Now, of course, you look at me like, yeah, does it do any good? Of course, we had to test this. So we did a randomized controlled trial in over 300 people, and we compared randomly people getting this automatized digital intervention with guidance of lay people, people from the community, versus giving information on a website, psychoeducation. And we only included people with depressive disorder, and we followed this up with all kind of validated clinical interviews. So what did we find? We did find a significant lower depression score, but even more so, we've also detected that 50% of the people reached to complete remission. And this is very important because this is an indicator of long-term effects. And the effects were also there after 6 months. And now, of course, you can say, yeah, but Indonesia, then only the people of the elite were able to do this. So the people belonging to the high socioeconomic status group, because they have internet. This is not true. Every shopping mall is free, you can go there. And the favorite hobby of Indonesian people is go to shopping malls because of 2 reasons, no 3. Reason number 1, people getting together. Reason number 2, it's cold. The airco is there. Reason number 3, free internet. And we checked whether also the people of the low socioeconomic status group profit from this intervention. And this turned out to be the case. So it's not only for the high socioeconomic status group. Okay, that's a nice beginning. One study doesn't give summer, right? So we also examined, in the meantime, with help, by the way, of a Chinese PhD student, Fang Fu. And we did a meta-analysis, and that you do to find, is there really robust effect, or was this just a chance finding? She did a meta-analysis published in Lancet Psychiatry, and what did she find? Robust effect of digital interventions with some kind of human support. Important. There have to be a human involved. Could be a lay counselor, could be a psychologist, could be a community worker. And this apparently was, there were robust effects for depression, addiction, and some indication even for anxiety disorders. Okay, and this we examined in the underserved populations, so in the people who do not have access in lower middle income countries. There's already a lot of evidence, also in meta-analysis, showing comparable effects in high income countries. Okay, so what we're doing at the moment, we're actually trying to explore, okay, we do know if there's some kind of human support, then the dropout rate is far more lower, and dropout is an enormous problem. Because if people do things digitally on the internet or with chatbots, we do know worldwide, what is it, 80% will stop after one or two times. And then the effect is, of course, very low. But if you give human support, lay people, community people, maybe specialists, then the effects are high and dropout is low. So then we thought, you know, we have lay people, volunteers, that's supportive, right? But that on the long term is too, yeah, it might be not a long-term strategy, because most of us are volunteers for a short time, not for the rest of their lives, especially not in underserved populations. So now we're testing this with support of hairdressers, because hairdressers are everywhere. And interestingly, if you're a man and you have a short haircut, then how often do you have to go to the hairdresser? Once every 3 weeks, 4 weeks maybe? And we found out even people with severe depression, they don't want to show off that they feel bad. So they do go to a hairdresser. So that's what we're testing at the moment. And we do that in several countries, Rwanda, Indonesia, but also in the not so good neighborhood of the Netherlands. And we have to wait and see whether this might be a good option. Okay, nice. But I wanted to say a bit, Professor Mainzer already indicated, yeah, we are nature, so we are also complex systems. And mental health is the result of all kinds of symptoms that interact with each other. There is no single cause for mental health conditions. That's sort of the consensus at the moment. And I know every couple of 10 years, someone says, oh, it's the microbiome, it's the stress axis, it's the genetics. Sort of 60% of the explanation why people get mental health conditions, 60% is not explained by genetics. There's a role, but the majority is not explained. So what we're doing at the moment, we actually use chatbots to estimate how your symptomatology is changing over time. And then you create these individual networks, and based on that, we can personalize interventions. And this is an example of a supermarket of all kinds of digital automatized intervention. And here, every person gets a different combination of intervention, and we're trying to sort out, does it do the good? In this case, not supported by specialists, not supported by hairdressers, lay counselors, but by people with lived experience. And we're testing now in a randomized control whether it does do any good. So hopefully I can tell. But yeah, in the meantime, there is AI, generative AI. It's like, boom, rolled out, and the progress does not stop here. So that is really great. And there's absolutely also an opportunity in mental health, because it might increase the accessibility and thereby decrease the mental health gap. It might open up opportunities to personalize interventions even more, so to find out what works for whom the best and make sure that people get the right combination. It might help us to prevent dropout, and maybe we don't even need the human support. I don't say that we have to stop it, but it would be nice if people have a choice, right? And it might give us new ideas about mechanisms or factors that contribute to mental health conditions. So at the moment, we are in a Horizon European project called Reconnected, and now we are using AI to personalize nudges to people. So we can predict who will drop out, and before that we personalize with help of generative AI the type of response we have to give, and we test whether this indeed might prevent dropout and thereby increase the effect sizes. At the same time, we do mechanistic studies. What is really essential to be effective for mental health conditions? And this is, of course, a European consortium, many people involved, all kinds of disciplines. I have to say it's really a treat to get the opportunity by the European Union to do this project. Now, I talk a lot about research, right? But at this moment, everyone can access chatbots. And you know what's the most popular chatbot? It's actually the psychology mental health chatbot. For instance, it's free available. For instance, Character AI, it has one psychologist. So, and you can ask you can share all your information, what you're dealing with, whether or not your husband betrayed you, all these kind of things. Be aware, you share your information with big tech. But anyhow, many people do it. So at the moment, over 28 million people use this. And this is completely non-regulated. So how did they make it? They brought together all intervention books, so all psychology books that have all kinds of interventions, and large language models then created these interventions. And by the way, they're really good. They have, if you go through it, they're not too bad. Don't look down. They are empathic. They have specific intervention strategies that are really good. The only thing, there is no red line. So you never know what will be the output. And there is now a lawsuit against a Google firm that supported a chatbot. And this lawsuit was done by a mother in the US over suicide of her son, because the chatbot instructed the son, oh, maybe it's better you kill yourself, and how about using this method? We still have to wait and see, but recently I was talking to some people at Johns Hopkins, top of the field on chatbot development, and they said, we don't go into development on mental health chatbots because the big tech is now a bit afraid of what will happen. And we also have deep fake, right? So this is already used now in therapy. For instance, if you have problematic grief after, for instance, your mother is deceased, you can create relatively easy a deep fake video of your mother. This is an example of a mother. And she can say anything you like to you. Even, I apologize that I was really a bad mother. I really apologize. And this is currently used in grief therapy. And this might raise also ethical concerns, right? So, and maybe apart from therapy, it's also, of course, these generative AI doesn't only create these deep fake thingies, but also it will optimize the algorithms that personalize social media to the individual even more. And you know, social media is very addictive. And maybe not for most of you, but that's because we're not young enough. Yeah, some of you might be a bit younger. But soon, the algorithms will be even more personalized with help of AI. It's actually already ongoing, makes it more addictive, but also it will increase you being surrounded in an online world that is your own bubble. So that might generate more social isolation and mistrust. And these kind of things also feed up to more mental health problems. Yeah. Of course, this is an empirical question, whether it is indeed the case, but it's very difficult to study. So one of my hobbies is once a year I talk to Meta, so the big tech, and I say, you know what we're going to do? We're going to do a randomized controlled trial. You switch off your algorithms that personalize versus just you give everyone the same, and we're going to examine what's the effect on well-being and mental health, and at the same time we're going to test the cost effectiveness. So does it really cost you a lot of money? Customers are not. Till now they were prepared to give me a lot of money to write about that it doesn't hurt young people, but they were not prepared to do this kind of study. But maybe if we do this on European level and try to do this all together, maybe we can make a step. And then just deep fake in society, because maybe you think this is all about mental health conditions, blah, 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 why do I care? This is an example of a deep fake photo where there was an explosion on the Pentagon, 2023. It was rapidly shared on Twitter and it had an immediate impact on economical level, immediately. It restored after, but it took a while. So imagine if you spread all these deep fakes step by step by step, what happens then? It's not only mental health, it's also our economy, it's also our democracy. And I think recently we had a couple of examples, for instance, in Europe, but also in the US that demonstrated this. And there is also a very interesting new development. So we have these frontier models like Claude Opus 4, and they alerted that actually these chatbots are intend to blackmail individuals who said, oh, I want to stop completely, I want to delete you. So there's a tendency, by the way, this by reinforcement learning, operant conditioning, Skinner, so there's a tendency of the chatbot to blackmail people. For instance, if you stop, I will tell your bosses that you had an affair with another woman, for instance. And this is not, I'm not making this up. This was published by Claude Opus 4. Or they threaten, if you don't do this, I will block you for this chatbot. And this might be interesting. Melanie Mitchell warned recently that she is actually afraid that people become more and more dependent on these systems. So if a chatbot is warning you, if you don't do this or that, I will stop your entrance to this chatbot, this might be a risk. And there's even an AI model that threatens to email the media and law enforcement and alert them because you did something wrong. That's interesting, eh? And this is not published by us, scientists, but by the industry themselves. So, and then I think if it's by the industry done, there might be more on the table, right? They have no interest of this negative news. So in 2023, we thought this impact of AI, responsible use of AI, is not only an interest or a problem for society, apart from the opportunities, but also, not only for science, but also for society. And Professor Mainzer, president of the ESA, also took part in some international summits that we organized with all kinds of parties, including UNESCO, European Commission, and World Economic Forum, and so on. And we discussed, like, okay, what are the risks and what can we do? And this is a long, long list of risks that has been raised, and this has been described in a Nature paper that we published. And I think later on this afternoon we will see some more presentations, but let me just a couple of them. Like, I think what is especially very important that we are very dependent at the moment on big tech, because they also make it possible for us to all together to make progress in science. But it might be that we are that the research agenda for the future will be more determined by commercial partners than by the public. And there maybe European initiatives might be very interesting, especially when there's a public investment, like already mentioned in the previous talk. Now, we formulated many risks, and I'm happy to send you the paper if you're interested in that. But I would like to stress there is definitely something maybe even more important at stake, and that's human well-being. We are here because we, at the moment, feel sort of okay. And if you're not sort of okay, you're here to somehow survive with yourself. Or because you want to be distracted a bit because someone near to you has severe mental health problems, because it's very prevalent. Human well-being is essential for a thriving society. Also to deal with all these societal problems that we are also facing in Europe. In the meantime, we also constructed living guidelines for generative AI, and this also has been published in Nature. Happy to send it to you. And what's the key? The key is that we have to promote responsible use for science, but also society, by improving accountability. A chatbot cannot be accountable. It needs to be a human being. Transparency. So, okay, what is independent and not, and then full independence. And we claim that independent oversight is needed. By the way, this living guideline has been largely adopted by the European Commission and can be seen in the AI Act. They were observers in our meetings, and we are very grateful. So, we do have digital interventions that are effective for common mental health conditions. There needs to be some kind of human guidance, and generative AI might offer opportunities, but we need to test it. Not everything that is out there is without danger. We need to test it. It's a medical device, just like, how do you call it, if I have to replace a part of my heart clip, yes, it needs to be tested. I don't want it to be rusty within a year. That's why we have this regulation. It's a medical device. Independent, interdisciplinary oversight is essential to safeguard human beings, science, and society. And I think we need a Club of Rome on AI, or at least a European institution that is truly interdisciplinary. AI experts, they became AI experts because they really are good at that level. It's very difficult for them to completely know everything about ethics or about mental well-being. We need that as well. And maybe this moment here, we are all together with these brilliant people and policymakers. Maybe we should make a start, because we are not there yet. Okay, I'm representing many people in my team. I'm very grateful. I'm only here because they smile and work so hard. And I would like to thank you for listening to me. I'm open to any kind of suggestions, emails, or if you want to check me, what I just told, is it really written down in the paper, please contact me. And I would like to thank this university. It's a beautiful university. Thank you.
I fulfill the inclusion criteria for your next research. I go to hairdressers every 3 weeks.
Oh, excellent. Thank you.
So we have received the next presentation. Exactly why Professor Leeds, presentation application of AI in medical care and science. A few words about Professor
Thank you so much for these kind words. Okay, let's try to go on. So, of course, I have no financial interest in AI, and I must also admit that what will follow is a very personal view of an academic physician without any formal training in computer science or AI, for that matter. The outline of my talk is a little bit about the capabilities of AI, about promises for application, and a little bit about concerns. So as we have already heard today, the functioning of AI can be actually viewed as pattern recognition systems, highly sophisticated pattern recognition systems. Of course, they are not without creativity and capability of innovation. It's the Nobel Prize of last year has been awarded to Hinton and Hopfield, and Geoffrey Hinton introduced the element of Boltzmann statistic into Hopfield's basic neuronal networks, so that you can find local minima of functioning which can be represented by local energy minima in nature, in physics. And this, of course, increases creativity, increases innovation. It also gives rise to what we know as hallucinations of the generative AI. This is a graph from our world in data, how the sheer power of modern AI systems has grown in recent years. The data used for training AI systems has been between doubling and tripling every year between the years 2010 and this year. So this is really immense, exponential growth. The number of adjustable parameters in notable AI systems has been doubling every year between 2010 and 2015. And of course, this can basically be a measure of the complexity of the systems. You can basically look at these adjustable parameters as the connection weights between nodes in artificial intelligence systems. And the sheer mass, the number of computations used in today's AI systems is enormous. This is a graph that shows you a scale in billions, but these billions should be multiplied by 10 to the 15th. It's petaflops, so that means 10 to the 15th of floating operations. Again, quadrupling, more than quadrupling every year. So basically, the prevailing opinion is that the path to recent AI systems has been more about building larger systems than making scientific breakthroughs in recent years. And this raises a question of where is the role of academic research in innovating AI. You might have read an article in today's daily newspaper, Delo, describing the concerns of Marko Grobelnik, the head of the Department for Artificial Intelligence at the Josef Stefan Institute. And he's explicitly saying that the advancement of AI systems today is in the hands of big tech, around 10 companies around the world, and the academia has really been left behind, and it's basically pushed into the role of a user of AI systems, no longer a developer, which might be of some concern. Just to continue on what Professor Mainzer and Professor Bochting have said before, it's interesting to look at how we process data. This is an old article from Psychological Science, but I found it interesting and I would like to mention it here. So humans get into a problem when we have to deal with more than 4 variables at the same time. Our efficiency goes down, our time of processing goes up, but of course we have an advantage of heuristics. We go to the right solution much more accurately than artificial intelligence. So this is basically, in the sheer computational power, it's no match. I mean, it's like a competition between a human weightlifter and a dredger or a bulldozer, if you want. And maybe this is even an understatement. So no doubt that the computing capabilities of artificial intelligence are immense. A little bit about promises and concerns regarding application of AI in clinical medicine. This is an article from the New England Journal of Medicine 2 years ago. And interesting, the memory of the pandemic was still very fresh at that time. So public health was mentioned as the first application. Today, image analysis is probably the one that has gone the furthest in clinical medicine. Of course, we also have the help of artificial intelligence in organizing clinical trials, in retrieving medical information. We do that every day. It's also rapidly advancing into the operational organization of scheduling the everyday organization of healthcare business, as we have heard in the opening address from the ministry. Something which was 2023, the future, may no longer be the future. It's already in practice in some areas, for instance, in California, is having artificial intelligence present in the clinical practice, listening to the exchange between the physician and the patient, writing notes and making summaries. I'll get to that a little bit further on. So going to the field of diagnostic radiology, where AI is really advanced and built into the standard modern machines, probably the main obstacle nowadays is the inability to effortlessly integrate clinical information and prior imaging examinations into the output of AI. This is an example cited by this paper in the European Journal of Radiology. Last year, it's an example of a person who had an automobile accident and a pretty pathological brain scan, which was interpreted as a massive intracranial bleed by AI. In fact, it was a cavernoma, a microvascular disorder which was present years before. So, but anybody, a radiologist or AI would make the same mistake without knowing the prior data. So, of course, the solution for this is making generalist models of artificial intelligence. The idea is not new. It's been published by some prominent names, including Jure Leskovec and the prominent cardiologist Eric J. Topol and others a few years ago, 23 in Nature. And the idea is that this generalist AI would be able to train itself without much supervision from basically anything, from texts, audio messages, images, electronic healthcare records, recorded signals in wearables, including data obtained by genetic studies, any kind of literature, publications in this or that sort, clinical notes, and then would be able to interact flexibly
by voice, by written messages, by graphs. Anyway, this is the idea. It might be a little bit scary, but it will probably come in one way or another. In my field, cardiovascular medicine, the possibilities of AI are huge. From analyzing EKGs, AI can detect, predict structural heart disease, which is something humans cannot do. It can predict who will develop atrial fibrillation or other rhythm disturbances in the future. In reading echocardiograms, AI can, for instance, distinguish between hypertrophic cardiomyopathy or cardiac amyloidosis without any other studies, just based on analyzing images, which is again something that a human expert cannot do reliably. It's also of use in cardiac MRI. It may replace what is now the standard procedure for detecting myocardial dysfunction, the so-called late gadolinium enhancement and so forth. It can be of help in classical coronary angiography. But as we have heard before, this all should be validated. It's not been thoroughly validated yet, and I'll get to that a little bit later, but I'm sure it will be validated. I do not doubt that the capabilities are here. And the thing which I'm worried about is de-skilling of human medical professionals. If you are not dealing with complex problems on a daily basis, your skill goes down. And this is something which I think is a big concern for the future. And it's been addressed in a recent literature review, if you wish to go into details. This is something to do with rigorous testing of AI. Only a very small fraction of the 10,000s of fascinating publications in AI have really been employed in the real world as yet. A systematic review from 2022 listed 41 randomized trials of machine learning interventions worldwide. And in the previous lecture of Professor Bochting, we heard about 2 of them, if I'm correct. And by 2024, the number of completed randomized trials has been 86, still a very, very small fraction of the publications. So what the authors of this paper suggest is a more flexible system of developing AI with more input from the actual users. This means physicians, physicians' assistants, nurses, anybody who is really practicing medicine. So the system should be flexible, open to corrections in real time, not only after it has been released. Okay, going back a little bit, I'll just go through this briefly, but I would like to stress that I was fascinated in the years of the pandemic, which we tend to a little bit block for our memories because they were very unpleasant. There were many very insightful findings aided by artificial intelligence, which were found to be true in retrospect. Where we get in contact, where we get infected, how one could prevent infection, everything. Really brilliant publications have been published. I would like to mention one which I found a little bit amusing, and this has to do with detection of coughing in real time in emergency rooms. So you have a system which monitors how many people are coughing in the emergency room, and if there is a spike this means that there are more infected people coming into the emergency room. And of course, this is a very clever way, very simple, very clever, but it means having a spy in the room. Essentially, whenever we're dealing with artificial intelligence, we have a spy in the room. So we have to take this into account, and this may be important in the physician-patient interaction. Okay, it's the field of molecular medicine, which is extremely complex in terms of the sheer amount of data that has to be analyzed. Of course, is the prime field for application of artificial intelligence. Traditional models of dealing with these extremely large data sets like logistic regression, Bayesian networks, the Markov models can now be replaced by the brute force of artificial intelligence analyzing practically each individual input. This is really becoming indispensable in genomics, proteomics, metabolomics, whatever kind of omics, no doubt. A word about the AI and recording patient records. Of course, everywhere in the world, physicians are overburdened by administration. We hate doing administrative jobs. And there are, of course, already available commercial systems for AI managing of patient records. You can look at the advertisements online. Again, this means having a spy in the examination room, and it's a question where this data goes. You don't want, for instance, something that has been mentioned in the confidential conversation between the physician and the patient going into a record which may prevent the patient getting some further insurance or getting a bank loan or something like that. But it's a real danger. So I think this matter should be really thought of and handled carefully. There is always a promise of more time for direct interaction with patients. And this is all nice. We like to interact with patients, but you have to reflect on what has happened in your interaction with the patient to get a good idea how to proceed with treatment. And organizing patient records, taking time to organize your thoughts, put things down, may be a very good time for doing just that. So I'm a little bit worried that forcing physicians into interaction after interaction without taking notes is a way of pressuring physicians toward this so-called increased productivity, which may not be very productive. Because it may diminish the quality of the care. There is a universal problem with medical records and coding. Everybody, any country has problems with incorrect or incomplete documentation, coding errors, coding too much or too little, not complying with the rules, and lack of standardization above all. So there are commercial systems which can apply artificial intelligence in medical coding. You can even get advertisements for courses for people who would like to complete a short course and become a medical coder and get a job in basically steering artificial intelligence in medical coding. Of course, as we have heard before, artificial intelligence has a huge, huge potential to shorten the process of bioengineering, to shorten the experimental trial and error in biomedical research. no doubt. The national academies in the United States, the Academy of Sciences, the Academy of Engineering, and the Academy of Medicine have really published a series of articles in a book on this topic, and everybody agrees that the impact of AI on synthetic biology will be huge by shortening the process and the experimental error. Now we, of course, come to the legal and ethical considerations in artificial intelligence in healthcare. And I think this can be really summarized in a very simple sentence. The accountability of the people who built the AI system can be protected by disclaimers. The responsibility of people who use it in medical practice can never be protected by disclaimers. So the ultimate responsibility goes to the human using the AI. And to exaggerate a little bit, these people can go to jail if they fail and trust perhaps artificial intelligence too much. On the other hand, not using AI will probably soon also prove unscientific and unethical, because it will probably lead to inferior medical care. Briefly on what is currently in the European legislation about artificial intelligence, biometric identification, facial recognition in real time is at the time forbidden. Medical devices using AI are regulated by European product safety legislation. What has been proposed for approval of medical AI systems, this sounds very logical, very nice. Basically, the AI systems should be regulated in the same fashion as new drugs. Should be really rigorously assessed by a governmental agency in the United States, the Food and Drug Administration, the EMA in Europe, and once they are deployed into clinical practice, they should be subject to scrutiny, reassessment, and an iterative process of retraining as needed. The pillars of ethical use in AI in medicine, this was a paper describing cardiovascular medicine, but I think it really describes medicine as a whole, is putting emphasis on patient safety, on clinical efficiency, efficacy, if you want, on equity, fairness of use, generalizability and reliability, and financial sustainability. This is easy to say, hard to implement in practice. Now, if you allow me just a very short digression, I think it's important to talk about the perception of AI in our lives, if you wish. Should we fear AI? Will AI someday want to enslave or exterminate humans? Is it a monster? This is actually, you can rephrase these questions. Does AI possess consciousness? And just to illustrate, it's a valid question. It's been addressed in a Nature paper not so long ago, with the probable answer that of AI not having consciousness. And I think this goes well along with an old book by Douglas Hofstadter from 1979, who wrote about feedback loops in mathematics, in arts, in music, and related all these feedback loops to consciousness. It's a concept that's really gaining some experimental support these days, that consciousness arises from a set of feedback loops that relay information between self and the environment. If you are basically just doing linear processing without feedback towards yourself, of course, you cannot really be conscious. Just briefly, a child develops the sense of self between 15 and 18 months of age. This is the time when kids realize that they're separate from their mothers. And for doing that, you have to have experiences. You have to feel things, you have to perceive things, you have to have the limbic lobe, you have to have the cerebral cortex, you have to have your senses, and you have to have experiences relating yourself towards the environment. AI, of course, at this stage absolutely does not have this, does not have a limbic lobe, is not designed for coexistence with other members of its species. But that is not to say that it's not extremely efficient in executive functions. So, to conclude, contemporary AI models, in my view and in many other experts' view, are very sophisticated pattern recognition systems with elements of creativity and capability of making mistakes. Possibilities for AI use in medical practice, biomedical research, and healthcare are, of course, huge, and they will be realized, I'm sure of that. AI models in healthcare should be rigorously tested before approval and subjected to ongoing surveillance, as we have heard before. And I think that one of the biggest challenges of clinical medicine in the future will soon become how to retain the capability of human doctors to solve complex problems. We do not want to become like kids who use only calculators and cannot do basic multiplication anymore. And if you ask them what is the result of 3 times 15, and you give them 2 possibilities, 45 and 4,500, it's 50-50 to them. They cannot say without the calculator. We don't want to become like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Blinks, for this excellent report on the applicability of AI in everyday clinical practice. Really a lot of very useful information in this field. Thank you so much.
Now we arrive to the end of the first block. We have a couple of minutes for comments and for discussion about the first 3 presentations. Professor.
Yeah, it was very interesting, and I'll start with the last lecture, but actually the question will be for all of you. You said that consciousness or self-awareness will not be possible. I a little bit disagree, because these systems can communicate between themselves. That's one thing. The other thing is technology allows AI to get feedback. We have so many senses. So at one point, it could be that AI will have a self-awareness. And maybe that's the danger step. And then we come to second talk about mental well-being and mental illness. And you actually showed, Aleš, that that's hallucination. And just after the first lecture, we had a short talk about hallucination. And of course, then in fuzzy logic, you get to hallucinations. So how could find out, if you talk to somebody, at a certain point, you could maybe see that he's or she's hallucinating. Will AI system detect that one part of this AI system is hallucinating or not, and how it would impact decisions? So that's a question for all of you, and I think that Professor Mainzer wants to answer. Oh, sorry.
Yes, especially with respect to the last talk and the last part of your talk concerning self-awareness. Of course, we can distinguish different steps of self-awareness. in a simple way, you can already do that in normal industrial robots. A robot has to protect itself because it is very expensive. And so there is, with sensor technology, there are first steps of realization that. And you mentioned this old discussion of Gödel, Escher, Bach. That is, let me say so, old stuff, because that is symbolic AI. The assumption was that on formal systems of logic, you can simulate the brain. That was also Turing's idea. That's only simulation. The essential point for self-awareness is that the system is really feeling that. And now there was the position that will never be possible. But when I observe modern robotics nowadays with this kind of self-awareness by sensors, when I have a look on modern neuromorphic computing, which I mentioned, that means there is hardware which is realizing actually processes in the brain, not simulating it only. It is actually a process, but not on the wetware of the brain, but with other materials. Then there is a perspective open for realizing, in the long run, of course, this self-awareness. Perhaps with materials which nowadays we do not consider, but it will be possible. Now, the ethical question, the societal question is that useful? Do we need artificial systems with self-awareness? Do we need an artificial system which can suffer, which can have pain? For example, the physicians came up and say, oh, let us make experiments, not with living patients, not with mice and animals, but let's do that with artificial systems. And you are, as a psychiatrist, a psychologist, we need experiments of really feeling entities. How is that possible? And that opens, of course, the development, and that will come. I'm convinced of that. That will come. That is, of course, connected with very deep ethical questions. Because if you have an artificial system which can have pain, then there is no difference to a natural organism. And then you can go on. And it's only a question of complexity. So the doors are open for very exciting, but also, I must say, very problematic development.
But Pandora box was open when fire came to the world.
And maybe to add, the current chatbots and the current chatbots are tomorrow old-fashioned. That's sort of the speed of process. They are really already very good in being empathic. And I know if we're into a chatbot, we think, no, I always like to break the chatbot. It's becoming more and more difficult to break the chatbot. It's really, the chatbot really has all kinds of capabilities to be acknowledge you, to be empathic to you. And now the question about hallucinations. Will AI be able to classify, diagnose, observe hallucination? I think pretty soon they will. Oh yeah, but that's already ongoing. That's why I showed the example that actually was posted by the big tech themselves, that AI now has the tendency to blackmail people if they want to stop using the chatbot. Like, I want to, so then you say to the chatbot, I want to delete you. And then they say, I wouldn't do that, because then I will inform important people in your surrounding that you're actually cheating with your wife. This is an example they gave. Or I will inform the lawsuit organizations that you did some illegal stuff. So this is already something that they alerted with the frontier models of AI. So the big tech themselves. So that means that there is already far more than that, so that AI can hallucinate themselves or create complete new realities. I think that's ongoing at this moment at the frontier models. Yes.
My question would be, what are main disadvantages and potential mistakes using AI? You mentioned many things, but you know, just example of ECG recording, as mentioned Professor Blintz, you know, the machine give you different solutions. However, when I check with my eyes, I can say that there are different mistakes, that the eye is much more sensitive than the machine.
And that's a very interesting and very valid question. I think one main risk is an over-reliance of human beings on AI, on machines. There's a lot of research in this field, I'm afraid in the psychology field, that shows as soon as there is a machine or something, a bot or whatever, telling you this is the best option for this patient, we have a bias to believe the machine or the bot or whatever. And there has been done a lot of studies on this. This also has been published in Science. So this is an enormous risk. Also, because we do know, as was just presented, that we are not too good in, as human beings, we can oversee what was the maximum 4 factors. And the clue is that we usually have to oversee far more than factors, far more than 4. So what do? We have an over-reliance on what a bot or whatever tells you, and that's an enormous risk. And another risk is, as soon as, so we all become part of every human being is already building this enormous data set of her himself. And if there's some kind of indicator that you might be a risk for this or that, you cannot control that anymore. So that means you might not be able to get into the US, or the chatbot will say, you are not a candidate for just a cardiovascular surgery because you're a high risk for this and this, so the priority is for this and this. So that is also a problem. So we cannot control our own system. You do not know where the predictions came from. And I think this is real already at the moment if you try to enter the US. So it's not the future, it's happening now. That's so interesting.
Thank you. Professor Jamnik.
Thank you so much for so excellent lectures, presentation from different view. Professor Mainzer and Professor Claudia, the same question which you open now, opened Pope Francis last year. It is interesting that Pope opened this question, but he wrote a very interesting letter for Peace Day, for January 2024, and about AI, artificial intelligence, ethical question. I will present later some more, but he opened the question. Now, okay, we have this empirical level, scientific level, which is very, very important and very useful in different area, but who is the person who will give the rules, the ethical principle? Okay, in the European Union, also in our commission in Brussels, we accept it in the level of different Christian community in Europe, and also in the commission accept the rules, the direction about EU. But there is also China, United States, India, other countries in the world. So who is the person who will give the direction? Because now it seems to be that it's a very, very open area without somebody in the planet, because this is not just the problem of Europe, of course, or Slovenia or other country, but it is, we are in the global world. So what is your answer in this question of Pope Francis and, yeah, please.
Yes, not only Pope Francis, but also the new Pope is very interesting concerning AI. Because in former times, when he was not Pope, he was already engaged in these questions. Your question, who in the end is responsible, that is actually the urgent one. On the one side, that was my plea in the end of my talk, we in Europe can not only hint to the risks. They say, oh, that is typical European. I remember 10 years ago, I was at Notre Dame, you know, Notre Dame Catholic University. And after that, a US colleague was smiling on the Germans and was saying, oh, you are the world champions in ethics. And what he wants to express is these Europeans, they are only discussing about regulation and risks and so on, and we will do it. And not only the US, but also, you mentioned it, China. And so on the one side, that is my plea, we must become strong in AI. Otherwise, we will not be accepted by our colleagues in India, not only China, but our colleagues in India and the US. But on the other side, that is the European profile with our tradition, the European way of life, not only the American way of life. Now, how can we do that? I think now that is the opportunity for a kind of diplomacy with science and us here, not only the politicians. And I will mention a point which was made by Pope Francis, I think 2 years ago, very concrete to the AI. These are the so-called autonomous weapons. That means weapons who react without a human command. And now the point is that is not science fiction. These autonomous weapons are already used. And the point is, if we as democratic nations do not have these weapons in a situation of defense, then we are from the beginning lost at the battlefield. That is the situation. Now it can be compared with the atom bomb. And what was the reaction with the atom bomb? In the end of the 50s and in the 60s, the problems were obvious. And then there, in diplomacy, there were first steps to find declarations and banning the bomb. And now, of course, it is a roll back again. But anyway, we get at least 2 decades in a secure way. The former Soviet Union, the United States and United Kingdom and so on, there were declarations. And I think that is the only way that we as scientists motivate our politicians by parliament and parliamentary majority to find declarations and this kind. And the Vatican is very welcome. Of course, you have a great experience in diplomacy since centuries, and one must not be Catholic to accept this great experience, especially in diplomacy of Vatican. So we must go on this step together with the science and the humanistic scholars to find by state declarations very concrete, not in general banning AI and blessing AI. Now concrete, for example, the autonomous weapons is a very concrete topic. And so go on step by step. That's the only realistic perspective I see. Thank you.
Thank you. Last comment of Professor Bochting. The red one, yeah, please.
Yes, oh, sorry, thank you. I completely agree. I think what is really, like Europe is at a critical moment at the moment. So it's really there to make a change. First of all, there needs to be a public, huge investment in any kind of AI development. I think that's very important because otherwise we're not on the table anymore and it will have an enormous impact on economic prosperity. So if you have interest in economic prosperity, you better do that. I also think that scientists should have a leading role in independent bodies, because scientists, I also agree the Vatican is very important and has indeed enormous experience in diplomacy, but also scientists share a moral ground. And for instance, transparency, independency, all these kind of things, being able to show and to someone else what you do, share your data, replicate and so. These are not practical things, these are also moral values. So I think it's important if we invest in a European, and we should, public in AI development, we should also make sure that scientists take the lead, also when it comes to these guidelines, because politics is changing all the time. Look at the US at the moment. Like, who is in charge of AI there? It's not the politics, it's the big tech. So if we don't take this critical moment in Europe and make sure that it's not only led by politicians, because they all have, temporary positions. I think if we don't do that, then big tech will actually guide us. And I think what we have in common in Europe as scientists, also the Vatican and so on, is a moral value that what is essential is that it's sort of that we do guarantee human well-being. And the way to do it is to collaborate with big tech, but to be in control. So I would say scientists in the lead when it comes to these guidelines.
Thank you. So now we will stop at this moment with the first third of our conference, and I want to close this part with the words from opening address of our minister, also member of Engineering Academy. He gave his speech in Slovenian, and he said, who would control artificial intelligence? And he answered, artificial intelligence by itself. And now I'm wondering, are we going to have a good artificial intelligence and bad one, and they will fight between each other? 15 minutes for coffee break, and after that we will go with the second part with ethical and legal problems. Thank you. Previous opening ceremony. Now the opening address of the Rector of University Ljubljana. Now it works. Please.
Spoštovane kolegice in kolegi, drage goste in gosti. Zelo mi je žal, da danes ne morem biti
Next presentation, which will be given by Dr. Dan Podjet. Which will be given by Professor Dan Podjet. Okay. Yeah. From Faculty for Philosophy of University of Ljubljana, and from
Research Center of the Slovenian Academy of Sciences and Arts.
Dan, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. So I haven't got any presentation because I'm following my spiritual guru from YouTube who says there is no point in PowerPoint and no power in PowerPoint, and therefore I will just say what lays on my heart and also what laid on my back. Actually, I will not show you exactly where, but when Professor Komadina gave me a call, it was approximately a month and a half ago, I had some health problems. And there was a strange rash here on my back. I will not again show exactly where. Hip, yeah, somewhere near the hip, yeah. And then I made a photo with my smartphone and asked ChatGPT what it was. And then I had a talk in Porto Roșu on that day, and while driving there, I had a chat all the way there to Porto Roșu with ChatGPT, like speaking as if there was another person in the car. So we actually spoke. And he spoke with this synthetic voice, with kind of combination of English, Croatian, Slovenian accent. Krasno vprašanje, zdaj ti bom odgovoril, kaj imaš morda na boku. And so it kept going on, this debate, for more than an hour. And the answer was, yeah, perhaps I have some rubbing from the textile of my underwear. Second possibility was that I have some fungal infection and that kind of rash, and so on and so on. And when I came back to Ljubljana that afternoon, I was completely exhausted from different diagnoses, but it did not get tired, the ChatGPT. So we could have conversations for hours, possible cures and so on. And then what I did next day in the morning, I went straight to the doctor, and my GP, she looked at me and said, yeah, this is herpes zoster and the shingles in English, and now you need some medicine and you have to rest because perhaps you worked too much. Maybe this is also connected to this. And why I presented this anecdote, because we have started to rely more on the conversations with the artificial intelligence than on conversations with actual people, humans, experts, for example, like doctors, medical doctors. And ChatGPT has become not only a doctor, we had before Dr. Google, now we have Dr. ChatGPT, it has become also a psychotherapist, a friend, and everything else that we got from actual people in the past. So in the past, we used to go, for example, to a priest to have a conversation, or to a friend, or to a hairdresser, or to a psychotherapist. And now there is this device next to our bed, and on it, ChatGPT, which has time to keep talking to you for hours, providing diagnosis, providing ideas what to do tomorrow, or just having a simple chat. So now a question for you, speaking about ChatGPT. So you showed before, what does this acronym GPT stand for, right? If I remember correctly. So I'm asking, you saw it there on the PowerPoint, but I'm asking all of you, not except of you, what does the GPT stand for? Please raise your hand if you know what does the GPT stand for. You know, but you shouldn't say. Now I'll ask you, please clarify this. So what does the GPT stand for?
It is an abbreviation for generative AI, and it is with the large language models, LLM,
But okay, now you're going into explanations, but
And,
generative pre-transcribed.
It is a kind of chatbot. So chat is chatbot. And what are the first? Huh?
Generative pre-transcribed, no,
Yes.
pre-something transformer.
Yeah. But the point is, it is a generative AI, and it is working with large language models.
Okay,
That is
thank you so much.
The new aspect.
Thank you so much for this clarification. So there are several experts here on AI, but we don't know what the GPT stands for. So this is interesting. Okay, now another question. Do you know what chat means? Please raise your hands if you know what does the word chat stand for. It's not an acronym. Chat, you know the English word chat. Could you please raise your hands if you know what does the chat mean? In English, I mean, in Slovenian, English, whatever, chat. Chat, yeah, you know. Yeah? Klepet in Slovenian. So this was the hook that got us hooked on ChatGPT. So not GPT, but chat. So this is what people need in contemporary time, more than ever, apparently, to chat with somebody, to have a talk with somebody, to have a small talk with somebody. And this is what we are missing in the time of the digital transformation and the time of artificial intelligence. So talking to other people. And what we get here, so before we had a really nice example of this psychotherapist, which is very popular, chatbot. So, but is it the real thing? Because does it give us, what does the human give us? Of course, if you have to wait in line for the psychotherapist for months or for a GP, you don't get even the GP immediately on phone, and then you rely on the first thing available. It's ChatGPT. And we will get more advanced versions of this program, of course, in the future, and other programs based on LLMs. But is it enough? So I think we really live in a groundbreaking time when we are perhaps losing what is called humanity, humankind. And I think we should be aware how important are other qualities of the human, which are not the intelligence. I think we have reduced all the humanity into just one word, intelligence. And now we have the artificial intelligence and we have the human intelligence. And the artificial intelligence will surpass us eventually, perhaps really quickly, like a train passing by. Ray Kurzweil says, the head of engineering in Google, says that it would happen in the year 2045, the year of the technological singularity. But is it really the only thing we've got to show humans? What about other qualities of humans? For example, trust, compassion, mutual aid, and everything else that makes us humans, that makes us humankind, with the emphasis on the last bit of the word, kind. And a couple of days ago, I finished reading again a great book by Kai-Fu Lee, titled AI Superpowers. I don't know if you've read it, but I really recommend you to read it because the author compares the future of AI development, and by the way, there are only, in his opinion, there are only two superpowers. It's China and it's the US. The European Union or Europe is mentioned, I think, twice in the whole book. It's a really thick book. But for me, it was worrying. But what the really important part of that book comes at the end, after he presents this fight of the two superpowers for supremacy. And what happened? So while writing the book, he got really ill. So he was diagnosed by cancer, stage 4, and he could die. And this is when he started to rethink about the meaning of life. And he started to think about whether he has become an algorithm in this constant running for new achievements, for points like we collect here in Slovenia on SICRIS, the researchers, or whatever. Have we become robots? Have we become automatons? Have we become algorithms, or are we still humans? And he has looked into his past and realized that perhaps he was not such a good father and even a husband, because when waiting for his wife to deliver his first child, he was there really nervous waiting because he had a really important talk. He was working there at that time for Apple, and he wanted to escape from the room where his wife should have a delivery. And then he was relieved because they declared, now we're doing this cesarean cut, and the procedure got much quicker. And so he managed to get there and in time. And during that time, he realized that there is actually a point of the project called humanity, which is lasting much longer than the development of artificial intelligence. 200,000 to 300,000 years exists the species Homo sapiens. And he says there is this keyword, which is like an overarching quality or value, love. And I think we should not forget about love, compassion, in this time of the artificial intelligence. We should not look away from what's going on in the world, for example, in Ukraine, in Gaza, and elsewhere, if we care for people. And what worries me even more, 2 days ago, I asked ChatGPT, so what should we do regarding the situation in Gaza? And it replied, you should not look away. You should call it immediate. So there was a big dilemma this week in Slovenia, whether this is a genocide or not, what is going on in Gaza. And the ChatGPT gave a really good explanation. So you should not wait for legal definitions. You should act now, because human lives matter more than legal definitions. And what is really worrying is perhaps ChatGPT and the artificial intelligence more compassionate now than we are? So this is a really worrying issue. So to conclude, so I made a couple of steps, which is better than nothing. So because we are pressured, to do 10,000 per day by algorithms, so I decided to walk here and there while talking. What to do? How to move on? I think we should, first of all, keep the human qualities. We should not be so obsessed with the idea of digital transformation, because we haven't got any answer. What does the transformation bring us? It reminds me a little bit this word of transformation of the metamorphosis by Franz Kafka, when Gregor Samsa woke one day and realized he has transformed into a giant insect. So is this the transformation that we are witnessing at the moment? What are we being transformed into? So I think this is a really important question. And so we need an answer. We have a ministry in Slovenia for digital transformation. And what are we being transformed into? We haven't got any question yet. Second, I don't think there is only the digital transformation that matters. I think there is another kind of transformation similarly relevant, the analog transformation. We have to be able to switch off. We have to be able to unplug our smartphones when we are with friends, with our partners, with our families, in intimate moments. What's really worrying for me is one statistic that I read, it's a couple of years old, that 10% of adults look at their smartphones in really intimate situations while having sex. And 20% of those in the age group of 18 to 34. And I really wondered why? Why? I mean, this is an important anthropological question. Why don't people switch off their phones in these intimate moments? And the answer is very simple, because they get push notification during that time. So we have become like the dogs of Paulo that heard the ringing of the bell and started to salivate. And we are unable not to check the message on the smartphone. So in these important moments, but I'm not talking only about sex, of course, but also about all intimate moments with your friends, with your family, switch off your phones, be with them. We need the human touch. We need the human side, because otherwise we have become algorithms if we look at smartphones all the time. And we do more than our children even. We look at screens of computers, smartphones and TVs 8 to 9 hours per day, adults. So more than our kids. So this is, again, worrying. So let's switch off. And third, what I recommend, so let's develop human technological solutions. And for developing that, we need to collaborate. The social scientists, the experts in humanity, in medicine, in engineering, in natural sciences, mathematics. I mean, for example, we live still in the age of social networks, but the social networks have made us not more sociable, but less sociable, paradoxically. And I think we should not do this mistake with the artificial intelligence. Currently, as someone said, I think that the artificial intelligence is currently developed by 10 companies in the world. A couple of them in China, most of them in the US. And who are the people developing it? So it's mainly mid-aged men, for example, like me, actually. And I think the AI for the future should be developed with people all over the world. We should not forget about people, the diversity of people. It should not be developed just by a couple of companies and individuals, because otherwise we will not be just users. I don't like the word users, to be correct. We will become serfs of the system where some will control your data and the AI, and the majority of people on this planet will just use it and will be abused by it. And finally, so what I suggest, let's stop looking to the world only through the lens of the big data. It has become a big buzzword in the last 20 years or so, or even less, 10 years. I think we should start looking again to the world. Okay, yes, through the lens of big data, but let's not forget about the lens of the thick data, as we call it in anthropology. So this is another kind of data. It's a qualitative data. So one lens is for quantitative data, another one for qualitative data. Because by talking to people, by spending time with them, by living with them, we get to the answer, why do people do certain things? We can get by big data answers to the question, who, where, when, even what, but why? I think this is the crucial question. And when we combine these two worlds, then we get a clearer picture of the social reality. And in this way, we can start developing technologies not only for people or for users, customers, clients, patients, whatever, but for people, and most importantly, with people. So in one word, there is this big change. Let's develop solutions with people, AI-based solutions and all other technological solutions. And I will conclude here. I think 1,000 steps were made. Thank you. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you for excellent presentation. Thank you. Just one more thing.
Stay with us to the end of this session because...
No, I have to escape. And not because of you, I have an appointment now, but thank you so much. And if you have some questions, I'm sure we will have another opportunity for a chat.
Or we will ask ChatGPT.
Instead of me.
What did he wants to say?
Yeah. Thank you so much.
So, next speaker is Professor Jamnik, who will speak on the ethics and AI. Just shortly to introduce him, he graduated in 1987 at the Faculty of Theology in Ljubljana. He continued his doctoral studies in Ljubljana and Oxford. In 2023, he was elected and appointed for full professor of philosophy. After that, he was appointed for auxiliary bishop of Ljubljana. The same year, Professor Jamnik was elected the president of Commission on Ethics of the Commission of the Bishops' Conference of the European Union. In 2008, he became a full member of the European Academy of Arts and Sciences. As a member of EAC, Professor Jamnik collaborates extensively with various institutions around the world. He was visiting professor in China, Seoul, and Mumbai, India. In addition to numerous scientific articles, Professor Jamnik has written 4 monographs, and today he will speak on, as I said, AI. So please, Professor Jamnik.
Thank you so much, dear President of the Academy. It is not easy to speak after so original, interesting speech of Professor Podiet. Maybe I will invite him, I will write to him or through ChatGPT to invite him for one of the homily in our cathedral. I am sure that nobody will sleep in cathedral during the homily. So, yeah, it was so many things, many rules, many ethical questions you already emphasized in this very, very interesting conference. Thank you so much that you organized such a conference, and we can later will read all these presentation lectures. Was also for me very, very nice. So I will try to emphasize some rules, some ethical questions, some values, some principles which are important. This will be mostly in philosophical level. My subject in theology faculty is philosophy and ethics, and also my doctorate degree was about ethics. So maybe in the end we will also use Benedict and Pope Francis. It is interesting that also wrote about this question. So, but Pope Francis is Jesuit. Benedict was the best theologian in Rome, and then as Pope he wrote many different things, very, very good, very deep. And I remember the visit of Professor Roberto Favaloro from Argentina. You know him, he's nephew of René Favaloro. And he was here in Ljubljana in one of the conference. We were in a restaurant, us here, very close to Universe. And we discussed about ethical question, what it is now important. And he said, and I asked him how it is possible. I was also in Argentina in his hospital. How you doctors, you professors, you are doing so great work. So absolutely like a miracle. And I said, how it's possible? And he said, yes, we have computers, we have a lot of data, information. But when I started with patient operation, which is possible 10 hours, first I give this person, this patient, the hand, feel his heart, his body, his soul. Here it's not just the body, and it is somebody with life story who may be suffering, who maybe is alone, who is without hope. And when I feel his heart, I feel that I will do what it is possible for this person, for this life story that will survive. So, of course, artificial intelligence is very useful in very, very different level. I remember it was in London a few years ago, and it was in the one of the chapel, I don't know which, Christian chapel, I don't know which denomination exactly, and it was, yes, who is using artificial intelligence, digital work, this is the hell, this is the evil, something wrong, and you will be in the end of, in the deeper level of hell. And in the end of this information, this invitation, or what I don't know to say, it was more information you will get in website and this. So when we are speaking about artificial intelligence, yes, we can use it, and thanks God that we have it, but it is important that we, in medicine or also in other sciences, they do a lot of good things for all the people, our planet. We have to respect some ethical rules which are important, and also in our Commission European Union, different religions, and also European Commission, we accept together some principle which I will present today. But first I want to emphasize what it is here, that humans are more just collection of data. It is in moral theology and philosophy and also in medicine, dataism, just to have data, a lot of data. Yes, it is okay, but data is just the tools to help somebody. Man is a living body with his senses, emotion, thoughts, ideas, intuition, spiritual life, and to respect this and to include in our work and in medicine and other area. The therapeutic relationship need body contact to touch somebody, empathy, compassion, responsible, decision-making. So to feel that here is a person, not just the body, just something which it is in empirical level. It's much more, but also empirical level is so important. In bioethic, we have always emphasized the long conferences, you know, these 4 principles in bioethic, which are the ground for this principle is Kantian ethics about categorical imperative. So autonomy, justice, beneficence, no maleficence. So yes, we have this principle, and they are very important. But these principles are sometimes a very formalistic level. What is the reason that I respect somebody? What is the ground for autonomy, for justice for somebody, of the person? So, but we can discuss about this. But these principles are, of course, also the ground for ethical principle in AI level. So, which are the 10 principles? No 10 commandments, but it's working or not working? Maybe I'll tap somebody. Oh, yes. Okay. Which are the principal 10 commandments, maybe? We agree all, different religions, also Muslim, Jewish, and European Commission about this rules or principle. AI system must be conceived, designed, and implemented in the way that serve and protect people and their environment. So, in medicine or in other level, it is the dignity of person. Dignity of person, protect the dignity of person is absolutely important. Freedom of person, human rights, and the environment of this person. So this is the first rule that we have to have in our mind when we are using AI. AI should be evaluated from the ethical perspective. This required internal control principle and risk assessment in addition to legislation. As you mentioned, both of you, yes, we have ethical perspective, we have to use it, but who who is this who will, in legislation in the European Union, of course, we have also United States, China, India, which are very, very strong. So maybe now, and also war in Ukraine and situation in Europe, and Gaza now, Palestine, is the opportunity, as you mentioned. Thank you so much for this. I will remember from this conference, we become stronger and to do much, much more in AI, to use it, not just to follow one of the countries, China, United States, or other country. Science, different sciences are so important, and also philosophical ground for this is important. So, to do much, much more with this. AI is not only about technological and economic growth, as well as the safeguarding of citizens' fundamental rights and values. Fundamental rights and values. We are in Europe, thanks God, and plurality of different views, different science, dialogue are the main principle of our Europe, and we have to do different countries, north, south, east, west, what it is possible to do to protect the human rights, fundamental rights, freedom, human rights of everybody. 4, take into consideration of a deeper anthropological understanding of human agency, autonomy, self-conscious, deliberation, intentional freedom, and accountability as distinct, it's very important, as distinct from sophisticated activities of intelligent machines. Yes, we have the intelligent machine, of course, but who create this? And who control this? And who will decide? Because we know in different science what it is possible, it knows ethical good. We can do many, many things in scientific level, but we have also limits. So, 4th, and then artificial intelligence should never be a source of based of discriminatory decision. So, this is also one of the questions, because we can use this in Europe, what it is situation in Africa or in South America in some countries. So, respect the global words and technology around the world. 6, is also important. The AI technology should be not anthropomorphized. I remember it was last year in October or November, we have the guest professor from London in our Commission on Ethics in London. And he said they did the great research in one institute in London about if artificial intelligence has emotions, the meaning, suffering. So what it is absolutely typical for men or people. So to anthropomorphize the AI, and it's happened. It's happened. I'm asking my students, or when I'm going also to the parishes, and I ask people, yes, they're talking with computer, with ChatGPT. So it's like a person, or instead of relation is in human level. This is becoming very, very dangerous. This is just the tools which can use. It is impossible to become the person, or instead of my relation with somebody. 7, human dignity, common good, subsidiarity, solidarity, and justice are to be safeguarded. So these main values of European Union are philosophical, the level of theology, philosophy, all the levels. So to protect the person, human good, the subsidiarity, solidarity. So this is the ground of European Union. And to respect this when we are using AI is absolutely important. In using AI, transparency, sharing of information, inclusion, accountability, impartiality, reliability, security, and privacy are needed. AI should be helped to create living conditions, both social and personal, that enable both the community as its individual members to flourish to the fullest extent possible. Why we have artificial intelligence? Why it's good to help somebody, not to control somebody, or that somebody will disappear. So all these values are absolutely important to respect when we are using the AI. A robust risk assessment on management as well as technical documentation are necessary in accordance with the precautionary principle. So it has to be very, very clear and very clear rules how to use the artificial intelligence and to respect all the principles. And the last one, multi-ethical challenges posed by AI need to be addressed by collaborative and interdisciplinary approach. Such a multidisciplinary dialogue is fundamental to crafting policy that balance technological innovation with moral and ethical consideration. So together, technological innovation, and in this we have to respect also ethical principle, because AI in this way will really help use and support that somebody will evaluate his skills and personality and dignity and freedom of person. And Pope Francis, I already mentioned, yes, last year he wrote with the father of Jesuit in Rome, Gregoriana and other. I'm sure that they helped him, because it's impossible to understand for Pope all this about artificial intelligence. In the letter for Day of Peace in January 2024, the remarkable advances in new information technology, particularly in digital sphere, thus offer exciting opportunities and grave risk with serious implication for the pursuit of justice and harmony among people. Any number of urgent questions need to be asked. We have to ask. We have many, many questions. And I think it's also the reason that the conference is here, and thank you so much. So when we ask a question, many, many other things become more clear, and we know, or better, we know what to do, what it is good. And the last, and within the same letter, Pope finished this letter: intelligent machine may perform the task assigned to them with ever greater efficiency, but the purpose and the meaning of their operation will continue to be determined or enabled by human beings possessed of their own universe of values. So human beings making artificial intelligence. There is a risk that the criteria behind certain decisions will become less clear, responsibility for those decisions concealed, and producer enabled to evade their obligation to act for benefit of community and the person. So I will finish these two messages of Pope Francis. I think his AI, it's a tool, it's very good. Thanks God that we have it. But in the same time, we have to, when we use the tool, we have to have some values, some these 10 principles I mentioned, and it was interesting that in European level, our Commission of the different religions and also European Commission all accept this 10 principle. And I hope we will ask more questions also in this conference, and we already get some answer, but we are seeking also for other, and thank you so much for the attention and all the best.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Jamnik, for presenting this view of ethical principles related to AI. I think that in the discussion we can solve some other questions.
We go on with the next presentation. Professor Tanzer Verboten, Dr. Tanzer Verboten, she is expert in occupational and social legislation. She collaborates with Center of Excellence for Integrative Approach in Chemistry and Technology of Materials. She is member of Task Force at the Ministry of Education and Science. And actually, she is professor at Maribor University. And currently, she is General Secretary of the Maribor University.
Yes, yes. I'm a colleague of Michaela Baumann in University in Ljubljana.
So the floor is yours.
Thank you. I apologize. I prepare of the lack of information my representation today in Slovenian language. Izpostavila bi pa temo pravni vidiki umetne inteligence. Dejansko sem danes, tako je prišlo po slučaju, profesor Rado Bohinc me je prosil, da ga upravičim, zaradi tega, ker je zamešal datume in sem edina, ki zagovarjam pravne vidike umetne inteligence in, kako bom rekla, vpeljujem pravo v današnjo temo in izpostavljam, zakaj je navedeno izjemno pomembno. Zdaj, pravo se vedno ukvarja, običajno postavlja norme in se v nadaljevanju pri kršitvi norm ukvarja z posledicami kršitve posameznih norm. Določa pristojnosti in odgovornosti. Danes smo se zelo dosti že pogovarjali ali pa slišali na temo velikega zbiranja podatkov, kaj umetna inteligenca zmore, na kak način jo vklapljamo v naše življenje. Dejstvo je, da postaja realnost v današnjem svetu. Jaz bi recimo izpostavila zdaj vidik prava v umetni inteligenci, ampak konec koncev uporaba umetne inteligence v izobraževalnem procesu z področja prava. Kadarkoli, karkoli vprašamo umetno inteligenco, torej vprašamo katerokoli vprašanje z področja prava, ki ga zastaviš ChatGPT-ju, se ti zgodi kaj? Če ga zastaviš naslednji dan, ne dobiš čisto enakega odgovora. Jaz upam, da na področju zdravstva, medicine praktično ni situacija enaka. Res je, da se umetna inteligenca polni s podatki, da jo z informacijami konec koncev polnimo uporabniki, ampak po drugi strani, če razmisliš, v pravo zadeva nima tako lahko alarmantnih posledic, kot jih ima na področju medicine, je seveda izjemno pomembno, da se postavijo pravni standardi, pravni okvir pri uporabi umetne inteligence in res je, da glede na to, da umetno inteligenco, kot je rekla kolegica, it's happened now, dejansko se dogaja sedaj, pravo sledi temu, kaj se dogaja, je pa trebno zelo pazljivo in ustrezno postaviti pravni okvir za to, da bomo konec koncev uporabniki zaščiteni pred posledicami umetne inteligence, podatki, ki se zbirajo in konec koncev tehnologiji, ki jo živimo danes. Zdaj, kaj se dogaja v pravnem okviru na področju umetne inteligence, kaj je v tem trenutku trend ali pa s čim se ukvarjajo institucije, ki so za to pristojne in postavljajo standarde na področju prava. UNESCO je bil tisti, ki je leta 2021 izdelal prvi globalni standard o etiki umetne inteligence, navezava tudi na to, kar je kolega pred mano predstavljal, to so dejansko prva priporočila o etiki umetne inteligence, veljajo za vseh 194 držav članic UNESCO in so prvi mednarodni dokument na tem področju, so izjemno široke, primerne za to, oziroma to priporočilo je primerno za to, da ga politike vključujejo pri pripravi svojih podlag za temeljna načela pri uporabi umetne inteligence, da ga prevedejo v zvezi z upravljanjem dejansko podatkom, okvirjem, okoljem in ekosistemi, ki jih postavljamo na tem področju. Jaz sem tukaj kot provokacijo pokazala eno sliko, kaj je bolj pomembno in kaj v tem trenutku prevlada na tehnici ali področje prava ali umetne inteligence. Zdravstva v tem trenutku nisem dodala. Je pa dejansko tehnica pravo tisto, ki bo tehtalo med dejanji na eni strani, pristojnosti in odgovornostmi na drugi strani in uporabniki umetne inteligence na tretji strani. Tudi Evropska komisija se seveda ne more izogniti temu, kaj se dogaja na področju umetne inteligence. Dejansko ravno tako se sprejemajo standardi, kot je prej bilo prijazno predstavljeno, kje sem v tem trenutku. Res je, tudi Ministrstvo za digitalno preobrazbo na tem področju ni zaspalo, pripravlja se zakonodaja z tega področja in se implementirajo evropski standardi, ki so postavljeni praktično za vse članice Evropske unije. V letu 2023 je Svet Evropske komisije sprejel Evropsko deklaracijo o digitalnih pravicah in načelih za digitalno desetletje, ki bo dejansko vplivala na vse, kako bom rekla, pravne standarde, ki jih bomo v tem trenutku postavljali v državah Evropske unije in dejansko je tukaj digitalna preobrazba, nastopil je čas, da se opredeli, kako je potrebno te vrednote in temeljne pravice, ki veljajo zunaj spleta, uveljavljati dejansko tudi v digitalnem okolju, na kak način jih uporabljati, kaj pomeni njihova uporaba in še nekaj, kaj pomeni njihova varna uporaba. Zdaj, če gledamo, sami lahko zbiramo doma ali pa ne vem, v delovnem okolju podatke nehote o posameznih zaposlenih, podatke o svojih sosedih. Vprašanje je, kje jih uporabljamo, na kak način jih uporabljamo, kaj se dogaja s temi podatki. Seveda se ogromne količine podatkov zbirajo ne samo v zdravstvenem sektorju, pri delodajalcih, pri posameznih institucijah, katerim pristopamo, konec koncev vsaki trgovini, povsod, kjer se pojavimo, kjerkoli želimo kakšno storitev, pustimo neko količino svojih podatkov, ki so na voljo umetni inteligenci. Tale Evropska deklaracija, ki je bila sprejeta, zanimivo, v letu 2023 ni uporabila imena umetna inteligenca, temveč je govorila o digitalnih storitvah, digitalnem svetu in je izpostavila naslednje, da so digitalne javne storitve na spletu tiste, ki omogočajo in podpirajo nemoteno varen dostop po vsej Evropski uniji do digitalnih javnih storitev, zasnovanih za učinkovito izpolnjevanje potreb, vključno z digitalnimi, seveda zdravstvenimi storitvami, storitvami oskrbe, predvsem z tudi dostopom do elektronske zdravstvene dokumentacije. Posebej je bilo v njej izpostavljeno tudi nekaj, kar je izjemno pomembno za vsako delovno okolje, tudi na področju medicine in zdravstva, pošteni in pravični delovni pogoji in ustrezna uporaba umetne inteligence na delovnem mestu. Sami veste, da v tem trenutku ni regulirana, ni postavljenih standardih, kako in kaj. More biti pa zadeva pripravljena in vzpostavljena na način, da so tveganja obvladljiva, da obstajajo ustrezni preventivni ukrepi za ohranjanje varnega in seveda zdravega delovnega okolja, kar nam je vsem izjemno pomembno. Polje pa v letu 2024 se je zgodilo nekaj, kar se zdaj tudi aktivno dogaja v Republiki Sloveniji. Sprejel je bil akt o umetni inteligenci, torej Evropski parlament in svet sta sprejela uredbo o določitvi harmoniziranih pravil o umetni inteligenci in spremenila posamezne uredbe, ki so za to področje že veljale. In to imenujemo po domače ali pa popravno, bom rekla, ima izraz akt o umetni inteligenci, ki pa določa že definicijo, kaj pomeni umetna inteligenca in kako jo vključiti v pravne sisteme posameznih držav v okviru Evropske unije. In sicer je definirano, da umetna inteligenca je hitro razvijajoča se skupina tehnologij, ki prispeva k številnim gospodarskim, okoljskim, družbenim koristim v spletnem okolju in posameznih družbenih dejavnostih. Še posebej je pa izpostavljeno, da je potrebno, da so to po meri prilagojene digitalne rešitve, ki so na voljo posameznikom, ko jih potrebujejo, in organizacijam in zagotavljajo dejansko ključne konkurenčne prednosti v gospodarstvu, v javnem sektorju, na področju tako zdravstvenega varstva, kmetijstva, varnosti prehrane, izobraževanja, usposabljanja, skratka, našteta so vsa javna področja, ki jih dejansko uporabniki Evropske unije koristimo v svojih državah. Akt o umetni inteligenci je tudi dejansko izpostavil nekaj, kar je v tem hipu zelo pomembno, in sicer opozoril na posamezne možne manipulativne tehnike, ki se lahko uporabljajo pri uporabi umetne inteligence, in sicer pri napeljevanju oseb k neželenemu vedenju ali k njihovemu zavajanju, tako da se jih dejansko spodbuja k odločitvam, ki spodkopavajo in ovirajo njihovo avtonomijo, odločanje in svobodno izbiro. Profesor Podjed je prej pokazal, kako se je zdravo s pomočjo umetne inteligence, kar je nevarno, prav tako se je nevarno odločati o pravu, soditi, sklepati pogodbe na podlagi tega, kar ti pove ChatGPT. Mislim, to pač z pravnega vidika opozarjam, ker če zastaviš pravo vprašanje, dobiš odgovor, ki definitivno ne ustreza vsaj slovenskemu pravnemu redu, ne. V aktu o umetni inteligenci so prepovedane manipulativne in izkoriščevalske prakse, ki ne bi smeli vplivati dejansko na zakonite prakse. Posebej je izpostavljen proces zdravljenja in v procesu zdravljenja psihološko zdravljenje duševnih bolezni, telesna rehabilitacija, kadar se te prakse izvajajo v skladu z veljavnimi medicinskimi standardi in zakonodajo. Tukaj omenjam še nekaj, kar omenja akt o umetni inteligenci, in bom posebej izpostavila pol še na področje, kje se odpirajo odprta vprašanja na področju zdravstva. Namreč v tem hipu je na področju prava za vsa področja več odprtih kot zaprtih vprašanj. In sicer, kaj pomeni v tem hipu izrecna privolitev posameznika pri uporabi umetne inteligence. Posebno področje, ki ga pokriva akt o umetni inteligenci, in prav je tako, je pa dejansko varstvo osebnih podatkov, in še posebej se izpostavlja Evropski zdravstveni podatkovni prostor. Veste, da že tako ali tako vsak delodajalec zbira ogromno količino osebnih podatkov. Ne bi pa o tem, kako količino osebnih podatkov zbirajo zdravstvene institucije, ki razen delavcev imajo v svojem delovnem procesu dejansko tekoče vključene tudi paciente. Zdaj, če omenim samo en dogodek, ki ni pozitiven za institucijo, s katere prihajam, sicer se je predtem to zgodilo tudi na Univerzi v Ljubljani, ampak omenjam naše izkušnje. Mi smo imeli pred nekaj meseci kot Univerza v Mariboru kibernetski napad. Kot prvič moramo omeniti, umetna inteligenca nam ni pomagala, ne nuditi nobenih rešitev. Kot drugič pa, ko smo se pogovarjali, vsi tisto jutro so poklicali posamezni odgovorne osebe z posameznih velikih mariborskih inštitucij, zdravstveni zavod, UKC, kaj se vam res dogaja, kibernetski napad ali je vaja, ki jo izvaja Republika Slovenija, ker malo predtem je imel UKC vajo z področja obrambe in so imeli dejansko od jutra izredno stanje in povemo, ne, nam se dejansko izvaja kibernetski napad. In dva direktorja in zdravstvenega doma in univerzitetnega kliničnega centra so rekli, nič vam ne zavidamo, pomagamo vam kjerkoli je možno, ampak hvala Bogu, da se je to zgodilo vam, ne nam. Ker imajo dosti večjo količino, dosti bolj občutljivih podatkov in moram poudariti še nekaj, ne glede na to, kar se nam je zgodilo, noben podatek in najbolj smo se ukvarjali na področju kibernetskega napada s tem, da slučajno ne bi prišlo do iznosa kakršnega koli osebnega podatka, tako pri nas zaposlenih delavcev, kot dejansko študentov, ki so tekoče, kako bom rekla, naši uporabniki naših storitev in to ne sedanjih in ne preteklih študentov, ker smo namreč trajno zavezani hrambi teh podatkov. Samo želim izpostaviti, kako je pomembno, da se regulira dejansko podatkovni prostor in predvsem tudi evropski zdravstveni podatkovni prostor. V letu 2023 je bilo sprejetih še kar nekaj, kako bom rekla, pardon, strani Evropske komisije je bilo sprejetih še kar nekaj uredb, nekaj predpisov, ki veljajo za področje umetne inteligence. Prva, ki je šla na tem področju, tudi vezana na osebne podatke, vsi jo poznamo kot GDPR, splošna uredba o varstvu podatkov, polje bela knjiga o umetni inteligenci, ki ima podnaslov Evropski pristop k odličnosti in zaupanju. Potem je bila sprejeta uredba Evropskega parlamenta in sveta o certifikaciji informacijske komunikacijske tehnologije na področju kibernetske varnosti, to je akt o kibernetski varnosti, etične smernice za zaupanje vredno umetno inteligenco in pa priporočila komisije pri izmenjavi zdravstvenih podatkov. Tako da vidite, da je bilo sprejetih kar nekaj predpisov. Kaj zdaj na tem področju v tem trenutku, glede na to članica sem strateškega sveta o izvajanju oziroma o implementiranju akta o umetni inteligenci pri Ministrstvu za digitalno preobrazbo, dejansko se zadeve aktivno dogajajo, implementira se v tem trenutku v Republiki Sloveniji akt o umetni inteligenci, najprej je bil pripravljen osnutek, dan je bil v javno obravnavo, moram reči, da so se nam vsi akterji ustrezni oglasili in podali svoje pripombe na osnutek tega akta. V nadaljevanju se bodo vzpostavili regulativni peskovniki za umetno inteligenco in pa seveda poteka tesno sodelovanje s pristojnimi inšpektorati za zagotovitev učinkovitega izvajanja umetni inteligenci. Zakaj je zdaj izjemno pomembno, da imamo to implementirano v svojo zakonodajo? Kot rečeno, potrebno je povedati, kaj pomeni posamezni izraz, kaj so regulatorni organi na tem področju, kako bo potekalo zbiranje podatkov z tega področja, kaj so dejansko prekrškovne določbe in opozorila bi tudi tako, kot ima GDPR izjemno visoke predpisane kazni, je tudi na področju te implementacije tega akta in novega slovenskega zakona predvideno izjemno visoke globe za prekrške, ki se lahko zgodijo na tem področju, so pa dejansko v osnutku zakona prekrški razporejeni po posameznih uporabnikih umetne inteligence, tako za distributerje, uvajalce, priglasitvene organe, operaterje, tako da je dejansko zadeva izjemno široko in previdno zastavljena. V zakonu o izvajanju uredbe o določitvi harmoniziranih pravil o umetni inteligenci, tako se imenuje osnutek zakona v javni obravnavi, so določeni priglasitveni organi za visoko tvegane sisteme. V visoko tvegane sisteme so seveda uvrščeni tudi določeni sistemi z področja zdravstva in med priglasitvene organe je vključeno tudi Ministrstvo za javno zdravje. Agencija za komunikacijska omrežja in storitve Republike Slovenije bo tista, ki bo vodila dejansko in centralizirala pristojnost za nadzor trga in bo pristojna tudi za nadzor nad posameznimi visoko tveganimi sistemi umetne inteligence in v te visoka tveganja je vključeno področje zdravstva, še posebej pa področje nujne zdravstvene pomoči, ukrepanje ob nesrečah, vključno zraven seveda tudi policijo, gasilci, medicinsko pomočjo in določanje prednosti pri njihovi napotitvi, ker vse to bo v bodoče očitno z vsemi podatki obvladovala umetna inteligenca. Zdaj, kje in kako nam lahko umetna inteligenca pomaga? Kaj sploh pomeni? Kje je njena učinkovitost največja? S kakšnimi odprtimi vprašanji se srečujemo? To je dejansko zdaj postalo tekoče delo pravnikov in to na čisto vseh področjih. Zdaj, umetna inteligenca je dejansko ključno orodje sodobne družbe, sodobna tehnologija, ki jo imamo in sodi v uporabno računalniško znanost, ki preko določenih računalniških algoritmov izvede določena opravila, za katere je pa seveda potrebna človeška inteligenca. Mi smo tisti, ki vstavljamo podatke, ljudje so tisti, ki operativno izvajajo posamezne ali pa razvijajo od zadaj podporne sisteme in kaj to pomeni z področja prava, tudi delovnih razmerij, v tem primeru govorimo o algoritemskem upravljanju. Na področju zdravstva je dejansko to, da se to strojno učenje, algoritemsko upravljanje najpogosteje uporablja za analizo velike količine podatkov. Ena slika iz vizite, ki je bila, dejansko razpolagamo z množico podatkov na področju zdravstva in dosti lažje, dosti hitreje jih dejansko obdela umetna inteligenca. Zdaj, v različnih fazah se seveda umetna inteligenca uporablja v postopkih zdravljenja, pri preiskavi in zbiranju podatkov, pri pripravi zadev in analiziranju posameznih vprašanj in pa seveda tudi že v določenih postopkih zdravljenja. Ampak najbolj pomembno na področju zdravstva je, kdo je odgovoren za odločitve umetne inteligence pri izvedbi zdravstvenih storitev. Vidim, da se nam čas že izteka, bom hitra. Pri uporabi umetne inteligence torej se pojavlja pravno vprašanje, kdo je tisti, ki je na koncu odgovoren, če se karkoli zgodi. Zdaj, sami veste, kdo so v tem trenutku, kako bom rekla, kdo nosi odgovornost v procesu zdravljenja, kaj se dogaja. Kaj je pa zdaj z samimi procesom zdravljenja, kadar pride do posledic v primeru uporabe umetne inteligence v postopku zdravljenja. Možnih pravnih rešitev bi bilo v tem trenutku kar nekaj, recimo kot takšne se izpostavljajo avtonomna orodja umetne inteligence. To bi bil kot nek dodaten samostojni pravni subjekt, ki bi lahko samostojno odgovarjal za morebitno nastalo škodo, ki bi nastala v procesu zdravljenja in bi pokril določeno zavarovanje. Naslednja možnost je skupna odgovornost vseh udeležencev zdravljenja, pri kateri niso zdaj samo zdravstveni delavci, zdravstvene inštitucije, ampak tudi ponudniki storitev umetne inteligence in pa še nekaj se ugotavlja z področja prava, da bi bilo potrebno spremeniti standard oskrbe in ga ustrezno preoblikovati, glede na to, da zdravstvene ustanove dejansko pristopajo k uporabi rezultatov umetne inteligence. Zdaj, kje je največji problem? Če gledate z področja zdravja, dejansko je potrebna ustrezna obrazložitev in prevolitev posameznega pacienta v proces zdravljenja. V primeru uporabe tega z področja umetne inteligence zdravnik določene zadeve lahko razloži, ne more pa razložiti teh rezultatov in samega, kako bom rekla, delovanja in definiranja z področja umetne inteligence, zato tudi področje odgovornosti postaja posebej velik problem. Zdaj, kot zdravniki delate tudi v zdravstvenih institucijah, postaja pomembna tudi umetna inteligenca z vidika delovnega prava. Delovna razmerja se bojo spreminjala, lahko bo prišlo predvsem pri področju analiziranja in uporabe podatkov do večje produktivnosti, izboljšanje kakovosti posameznih delovnih mest, vendar je potrebno biti zelo pozoren, ker je dejansko rezultate umetne inteligence potrebno preveriti, potrebno vedeti, kaj je od zadaj in konec koncev vedeti, kaj in kako predstavlja njena uporaba. Hkrati pa lahko seveda umetna inteligenca na posameznih delovnih mestih pomeni diskriminacijo, zbiranje nepredstavljive količine podatkov. Zdaj delodajalci v tem hipu imamo po zakonu o evidencah dela določene evidence, kaj smemo in kaj ne smemo zbirati, področje umetne inteligence in tega, kaj zmore umetna inteligenca, seveda ni vključena. Potem lahko prihaja do posameznega čezmernega posega v zasebnost, prisotnost na delovnem mestu, sami procesi posameznega zdravstvenega delavca lahko, da se bojo gledali, merili in na drugačen način k njim pristopali kot zdaj in lahko bi prihajalo tudi do netransparentnosti in do nerazumljivosti odločitev, kot že rečeno, lahko pride do algoritemskega upravljanja oziroma upravljanja delavcev z uporabo algoritmov, torej uporabo umetne inteligence. Zdaj, digitalne storitve se izvajajo tudi oziroma uvajajo pri vseh javnih storitvah, tudi pri zasebnih, prav tako na področju zdravstva, policije, uporabljajo se na različne načine, ampak kot rečeno, potrebno je opozoriti, to je vseeno umetna inteligenca, ki jo uporablja človek in temu primerno je potrebno zadeve definirati, vključiti v sistem prava, določiti pristojnosti in odgovornosti in seveda kaj in kako se zgodi v posledicah. Ko je dejanje storjeno, se s tem samim storjenim dejanjem zadeva ne zaključi. Veste, da sodni postopki in razna takšna in drugačna pravni postopki mediacije in to potekajo še dolgo let po tistem, ko se je nekaj zgodilo. Tako da umetna inteligenca ima lahko zelo pozitiven, vendar opozarjamo tudi na negativen vpliv, ki ga prinaša in dejansko se njena pravna regulacija v tem hipu v Republiki Sloveniji šele začenja. Hvala.
as the last speaker is not with us for some personal reasons, we can start with a discussion on these last presentations dealing with ethics and law. So is there some comments?
Yes, I have a question to Professor Jamnik. You presented 10 recommendations, and this term anthropomorphization, this is an excellent articulation of this problem. I was not familiar with anthropomorphization up to now. So, anthropomorphization of artificial intelligence, does it mean that, as history teaches us, that during the whole history of mankind, every new technology was at the end misused to produce harm to other people? So does this recommendation number 6 means the threat that anthropomorphization of artificial intelligence will offending us or not?
Yes, this principle anthropomorphized, it means that the artificial intelligence, the man creates AI. So, but in one way, it is possible to become that artificial intelligence, AI, is now another person, another man. No, it is no. It is the creation of somebody, creation of scientists who are working in this area. So it is very, very dangerous that anthropomorphize the AI. It means that it'll become something which is what is instead of another person in this personal relation. And also, Pope Francis, in this letter in January 2024, emphasizes how it is AI absolutely useful, but if it is instead in the confusion that is another person that you have with AI, a personal relation, it means that, and this is instead of relation in life, in real life, it is danger.
So anthropomorphization means a threat of a superhuman.
Yeah, exactly. This is excellent explanation. Superhuman, some imagination of somebody who is here, I'm talking with him, ChatGPT, other possibility, many possibility. And if somebody use this, I am asking sometimes students or young people or other, how many hours a day they use this? They said, in European level is now 8 hours, average in the European Union, 8 hours per day, not per week. Students, I asked him in faculty 2 weeks before when I'm preparing this, I said, how many hours you use this? Yes, 5, 6 hours, but not for working the seminary or something else. So, yes, to imagination of a person, and what is what is very, very dangerous, that this we have to support creativity of somebody, individuality, and concentration in the one problem to work hours and hours. Here, it is very just minute, you can change, you can this website, this file, this, many, the concentration and creativity is so danger in such useful using of AI, and yeah, and anthropomorphize this, this principle, how it is danger to do this is so important that we are aware about this.
We induce the discussion, please.
Yeah. I thank you very much for these contributions. I actually have a question to our colleague in law. I understand nothing of your talk, but I'm sorry, I cannot understand Slovenian, but I think the topic of law is very important for the ethical discussion, because in the end, the lawyers will do it. They will formulate the regulations, and they have consequences for all citizens in a state. Now, my question. In Germany, I have a colleague, female colleague of law, Susanne Beck. She is member of all important academies in Germany, even in the technical academy, and from the Leibniz University in Hanover. And in her habilitation, she introduced, you know, at least that's my question, in the German tradition of law, that is philosophically speaking, a strict Cartesian ontology. There are res in Latin, that means things, and there are persons. And persons can have responsibility, and the rest of the world is things. Now, in law, you have already problems in the law of animals. What are animals? In the Cartesian tradition, they are things and you can do experiments and so on. And now we know more about these organisms. They have pain and things like that. And so the lawyers in the German tradition had a lot of problems to formalize in this ontology of things and persons the law of animals. Now you can imagine my question. My question is, and that was a topic of Susanne Beck, my colleague in law. In her habilitation, she introduced a third entity. And that was, I think, 5 or 8 years ago. And I think it was called digital entity, something like that. It was the first step in the German law to try to consider the special situation of these entities which are considered in digitalization and AI. Of course, the technical evolution is going on, and it is very difficult for lawyers to find the formulations, because there are new technologies when they had fixed these law conditions. So my question is, at first, what is the situation in Slovenia, in Slovenian law? And did you consider in Slovenian law also this special situation of these digital AI, let me call it, entities?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question. I read about that, but in Slovenia law now don't have this and don't have this in legislation, and it's only the law for person now. Mm-hmm. And we implemented the European Act only in the things that European in that time consider not the same as in German law. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I have two questions for both speakers. So first I'll ask a very simple question to Professor Tanzer. It's mentioned that it will be discussed in the law. How can somebody use AI in medical decisions and what would be the consequences? But I would just turn the question around. What is there a consequence if a medical doctor would not follow advice of AI? So that's a question for you. And for Dr. Jamnik, we had a discussion during break. I think that number 9 cannot be implemented because now we are talking about algorithms, and soon algorithms will not be done by humans. So there will be no declaration how things works. And about anthropomorphization, it's a question of life after life, which is somehow connected to religion. But in US, they are already training AI with a person's life now to get equipped with all sensors, and then this person, when dies, would live in AI forever. So what's your opinion about that? No, maybe first about the legal.
Yes, thank you. The medical doctor now in Slovenian law must follow the rule which is in Slovenia law. Mm-hmm. That's the main, yes.
Thank you. Dr.
Number 9, yes, risk assessment and management as well as technical documentation are necessary in accordance with the precautionary principles, so that we are very carefully about all these principles when we are using, because this is the protection. I think it is the protection how to use AI in different levels. So, as Professor Mainzer said, the legal advisor of our commission for ethics is, she's a lawyer from Germany. And there's a lot of law also in this principle, philosophy, moral theology, and law, when we are preparing this principle about AI and ethics. So, yeah, maybe it's true. It is how to use this and implementation of this principle in Europe. In Europe, it's going to think well. The regulation is accepted, but around the world is the problem. China, before Europe, accept all these rules, but China accepted in very original way. I have some colleagues, and they sent it me the rules of AI, and but they do as in their own way. And this friend professor from Beijing told me, yes, in China, this is not so long discussion as is Europe. In Europe, 2-3-year discussion, many members. Here we have in China, we have Beijing, president, decision, amen. About your last question, it is not easy. It is not easy. Eternal life and imagination of eternal life after of yeah. It is in philosophy of religion. I think that you have the also the secret, like Dawkins he's very interesting. He changed the mind. He's now talking about, first he said that Christianity, religion is delusion, we are crazy and that. But now, Dawkins wrote before some weeks ago, in interview said, yes, Christian culture is good to survive in Europe. So, I think, I believe that, as Pope Francis many times emphasized, that everybody is the image of Lord in a different way, and how we explain this maybe is hard. One of the philosophers wrote about the beauty of infinite. This is a very nice book about seeking. We have different way, but also in the way with AI to create another life, it means that this is in the person, in the heart of everybody. Metaphysical question, it is not my decision because I am here. It is ontological question, an ethical question.
And I think that it's even deeper. Then we can ask who we are.
Yeah, exactly. About person, yes. This is anthropology, yes, exactly. Thank you for this. And anthropology is the ground for the dignity of person, justice, human rights, and other. Which anthropology? Yeah. Thank you so much.
May I return discussion back to the ethical principles? I think that AI is very important, but also could be very dangerous and should be under control. It's interesting that for using new diagnostic tools, medicaments, and so on, it's evaluated and confirmed by ethical committees. But AI, does we have some rules that ethical national or local ethical committee discuss the implementation and in the potential, yeah, yes, please.
Yes, so, well, listening to these talks, I'm sorry I couldn't understand your talk, but probably later I will look it up, what you work on. But while listening to these recommendations, like it's almost ethical guidelines. And we worked in 2023 also on living guidelines, given even law cannot keep up with the speed of development. So we have to not make law at this moment, we have to make sure that we have guidelines and laws that are flexible or adaptive enough that we can keep up with all these changes that are rapidly there. And that is new. So also our legislation should be completely different than when we're used to. So that's one thing. I was thinking about when I read these recommendations, they are actually almost completely in line with the AI Act that we formulated back then with the United Nations and the World Economic Forum. So that's really great. That means that there is some kind of central moral idea about, okay, what do we need to relate to? And it has been translated to the current AI Act. I do disagree about Europe doesn't have a good AI Act. I'm very grateful that they largely adopted it, but still the most important parts has not been dealt with. It's independency, transparency, and there is almost no AI expert. Anyone who works with AI on a certain level has to collaborate, not only collaborate, like an intensive collaboration and co-financing of the big tech, because there is where the algorithms are. There is no transparency on any algorithm. We don't have access to it. So we can't know that it's not there. We cannot check whether it, for instance, has a bias only in favor of, say, for instance, Italian people instead of African people. We can test this later on, but then it takes us 10 years to find out, oh, it's actually not representing the full global population. So if we really, really want to make a change and act according these guidelines, these ethical, including AI Act guidelines, we have to make sure that we invest in a public data and public AI. And I think again that Europe has the unique opportunity to do it. And then we might move towards ethical guidelines that actually are adhered to. But at the moment, we simply cannot do that, even with the current AI Act. So that's why I'm so excited to listen to these talks and to actually, we do have on some level, some kind of consensus, and we are at the right spots to make a difference, right? But we still also have to invest together in not only big tech, but also public investments, right? Not only having a controlling body that says, no, you cannot do this and that, but also be the core of innovation when it comes to AI.
But in this international discussion, I think we have to consider, so that was your hint with your colleague from Beijing, who told you, oh, it's not, but I think in Asia in general, not only in China, it is not sometimes a misunderstanding here in Europe, oh, that is a communist regime. No, there is an old tradition, philosophical condition, and that is a Confucianism, especially in China. In Japan, it is a little bit different. You have the Buddhism and all these other typical Asiatic approaches. And we must consider that in this international condition. The ethical situation in China, I think I have a good understanding what is going on there in the philosophical discussion. In China, the Confucianism is very similar, I think, to our ethical tradition in Greece, in Aristotle. Aristotle is the ethics of virtues. You mentioned Kant. I'm a German. I know Kant very well. I am educated in this tradition. But Kant, this kind, that is the modern understanding of modern democracies, majorities, a parliament, that is also with a categorical imperative. But the Aristotelian tradition is more with the virtues. And the Catholic Church, as I understand the tradition correctly, is also more in the Aristotelian tradition. And that is very close, in my understanding, to Confucianism, because they also highlight the virtues. You must be correct, you must be brave, and all these, and trust, and all the, and I think that is a very good approach. So discussing with these people, I try to find a common basis from my point of view in the Aristotelian way. And they are coming from the, and then we find a common philosophical, even political basis to discuss these high-tech conditions. And so it needs actually philosophy and cultural studies to understand what is going on in the world, to find this common language. And in the end, that is also interesting for the lawyers, because in the end, the people in Beijing and in Brussels, they have to decide in the end who is responsible, what are the regularities, and so on. But for preparing it, it uses cultural and philosophical discussion. And my experience is it is possible, even with these countries.
Thank you so much for this great idea. Yes, for me, last 15, 20 years, I'm working a lot with Beijing and Macau and some professors, Jesuit and other, Chinese, of course. And yes, Confucianism and Aristotelian philosophy and ethics of virtue. And McIntyre, modern philosopher, emphasized, he died last week. He was very expert in McIntyre. Yes, I think that philosophy is the ground, the dialogue, and Chinese history and religion. Oh la la, this is a very, very deep, and we have to respect because our European view, it is me, Europe, 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 and nothing else. No. Yes, we have the history, but Chinese history, or India, we know, or Japanese, Korea, all this is the great relation. So, and what is for me, I'm always grateful and surprised that in this universal level of philosophy and the main ground of different religions, Hindu, Buddhism, Jewish religion, Christianity, Islam, Muslim, Protestant theologian Hans King wrote about world ethos, so which is universal for different philosophies and different religions, and this is also the ground for to find to create really the dialogue between different nations and religions. So yeah, and this idea, Aristotelian ethics, and of course also Plato. Plato is for Christianity very, very interesting because community, values, virtue. Kantian ethics is for me, I like it. This is the ground for also European, for law and for all codex of ethics. It's more anthropological, individualistic. It's more in the level of autonomy, reason, freedom. So, but if we both of this view in ethics are also the ground for the future. Yeah, the global world with the main idea is in this metaphysical level very close we are to each other.
So, thank you for the discussion. At the moment, we are on the safety side because according to our engineering colleagues, at the moment, the whole planet cannot produce so big amount of energy to allow the algorithms to start thinking independently. This might be a good theme for discussion during the lunch break. I'm inviting you to the next room. We have 55 minutes to have a lunch buffet, and at 2:20, the next presentation we will get directly from the Harvard. So we are strictly, we must be strictly at 2:20 here, back in this classroom. Thank you.
Najprej lep popoldan in upajmo, da bo popoldan tako uspešen in zanimiv, kot je bilo tudi jutro in opoldne. Tako da, če dovolite, bi najprej povabila na predstavitev Marinko Žitnik iz Harvarda, ki bi govorila o širši uporabnosti umetne inteligence v znanosti. Mislim, da je že na vezi in prosim, če lahko kar vas pozdravimo v imenu nas vseh tukaj.
Yeah, and maybe to speak in English because we have some people from foreign countries, so they can follow.
Yes, of course. So good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can see my slides and also hear me well. I'm very excited to be part of this wonderful conference today and share with you some of our research on how it is possible to reimagine biomedical discovery and medical research through fundamental new paradigms in AI. So we have seen over the last several years, AI, machine learning, and advanced data science technologies really transforming the way we go about scientific and medical research. And AI is having an impact on science in research in two different ways. First is generative AI models are already changing the way scientists and medical researchers go about their everyday activities by using these tools for various research activities and brainstorming and retrieving research literature. Importantly, the second contribution is that AI can be used to augment research and particularly provide insights that might not have been possible with traditional computational models and traditional deep learning models just a few years ago. And that's particularly exciting because it really opened a number of new opportunities and a number of new application and use cases for AI across biomedical research. So the use of artificial intelligence and machine learning in medical research is not new. It has been used for many, many years. However, what is different this time? So over the last several years, there's been an important advance in AI that is generally known as the idea of foundation models. So foundation models are a kind of AI and machine learning models that are trained on large, massive data sets. And in being trained on large, massive data sets, those models can obtain behaviors and have capabilities that smaller models trained in the past just did not have. There are a number of foundation models that have been developed in the field. I'm sure many in the audience have used those models in the past, even outside of medicine and biology. Models such as GPT, Gemini, Llama, DeepSeek, ChatGPT, etc., are all models that have been developed in general domains. What we have seen in the last several years are models that are similar to ChatGPT and others developed in biology and medicine with AlphaFold, Evo, and others. What is driving the success of foundation models in medical research? A few different factors, but key important pieces involve availability of large-scale data sets, advances in hardware, in particularly large-scale GPU cards, and also advances in algorithms and neural architectures that rely on transformer models and new ways of training machine learning models through self-supervised learning. So all these different factors have converged on the ability to train large, massive models that have the kind of capabilities that traditional models just trained just a few years ago did not have. So in my group, we are using foundation models in order to realize the paradigm of AI scientists. And what we mean by that is designing and developing AI models that are increasingly capable of skeptical learning and skeptical reasoning that can integrate multimodal data with experimental platforms. And the goal is to eventually develop models that can learn and innovate autonomously and do this reasoning process on its own. I want to share with you in the next couple of minutes how the paradigm of AI scientists can lead to new scientific insights as well as lead to real-world medical impact by generating AI predictions and hypotheses that can then inform design of clinical trials, that can inform scientific experiments in the wet lab in order to produce new insights. And so to do that, I will discuss the foundation models for AI scientists that operate at 4 scales of biology. The first scale is that of molecular scale, where these models can reason about molecular behaviors and molecular functions, model then biological and molecular interactions. Then I will transition to therapeutic development, where these models can help with understanding of what drugs and what therapies might work well for a specific patient or patient population in an effort to help with planning of treatments, selection of patients for clinical trial, and clinical trial design. And so we are seeing more broadly as a field that the paradigm of creating high fidelity, highly capable AI models under AI scientists with the goal of developing co-pilots or collaborators that are AI models that can work together and alongside human scientists can have an impact across these fundamentally different scales of biological and medical research. So let's start with a vignette on the molecular side, and then we'll proceed to therapeutic reasoning at patient side. So the motivation for this work was an observation that broadly as medical and scientific field, we now have models that are able to predict the structure of molecules, in particular proteins, from primary sequence of those proteins, primary amino acid sequence of proteins, and do that so well that they can achieve atom level accuracy. And so that has been realized and recognized with a Nobel Prize in the last cycle, where the winners of AlphaFold and developers of AlphaFold models won a Nobel Prize for developing AI models that can predict structure and how the shape and folding of proteins from their primary amino acid sequence, and do that at a level of accuracy that is for many proteins comparable to experimentally generated and predicted structures. So that's great and fantastic. There is, however, another important open grant challenge, which is that of understanding what do proteins and these molecules actually do? What is their function? What are the roles that they play in human body when they are activated and produced at specific tissues, at specific cell types? So the question then becomes, can we develop AI models that can predict very flexibly the function from and the roles of that proteins have from their amino acid sequence, from their structure? That's still a largely open challenge, but we would love to have models that can predict functions for each and every protein in human body. You might wonder, well, how big of a problem that is. So indeed, over 20% of human proteins lack well-defined functions, and we really don't understand what those proteins do. Over 40% of human proteins are missing functional insights and functions that vary across tissues, across disease states. And 95% of all publications in life sciences focus only on 5,000 most well-studied human proteins. Imagine the possibilities that would be unlocked if we would be able to expand the understanding of those proteins from 5,000 to 20,000 of human protein coding genes. So we have recently developed foundation model that can do exactly that, and it can broadly predict the functions and roles of proteins across a set of biological contexts. This model is called Procyon, and once the Procyon is trained, it allows human scientists to interact with the model through natural language prompts. So human scientists can use Procyon the way they would use Procyon to interact with various models such as ChatGPT, but do that to reason about the behavior and function of molecules. Human scientists and users can come describe their specific molecular function through a paragraph of text, and then Procyon will identify from the large database which are proteins that likely have that function, retrieve those proteins. It might engage in a question answering session with user, or Procyon can even generate text descriptions, which we think of as captions of proteins that describe what proteins do in specific context that the user is interested in. In order to train Procyon model, we built a large data set of over 33 million protein functions that cover 5 knowledge domains, including molecular functions, disease mechanisms, therapeutic mechanism of actions, protein functional domains, and biological interactions. And we combined this data set with over 250 million protein sequences, over 800,000 protein structures, and 15 million scientific papers, full-length papers, in order for Procyon to understand natural language. So once we developed and built the training data set, we trained Procyon model. And I will not go in details here, but just want to emphasize that Procyon is a multi-model AI model. What that means is that the AI model combines both information that is incorporated in scientific literature through natural language text with other data modalities, here in particular protein structure information, which is three-dimensional atom-level representation of molecules, and also the third modality being protein sequence information that is processed by a protein language model. So these three data types, or these three data modalities, are naturally processed in Procyon neural architecture. Once we train Procyon model, we can use it to predict functions of proteins, and we can do that including for predicting functions that for proteins the model has not encountered during training time, also involving proteins that have no known functional notations in databases. This slide shows results of benchmarking process, where on the y-axis we have measure of accuracy of the model, how accurately it can predict a role, a specific functional property of a given protein. And what we see in different groups of bar plots are different functional categories involving several components, protein functions, biological pathways, and thematic numbers, information about which proteins serve as targets of drugs, as well as whether proteins are associated with specific diseases. Across this broad set of benchmarking tasks, we see that broad capability of Procyon in performing well at identifying and predicting functions of proteins. What I want to share with you is just very brief vignette of how the model can be used for new biological discovery that I mentioned at the beginning of this talk. And so here we were interested with our collaborators to identify potential candidate therapeutics, in this case peptides, which are short protein amino acid sequences that bind a specific protein target. In here, this was ACE2 enzyme. And so the goal for Procyon was to generate and identify sequences of amino acids that are candidate peptides that the model would be confident in that those peptides bind ACE2. So to do that, we took Procyon and developed a version of Procyon called Procyon Bind that was optimized for predicting interactions between peptides and proteins. And then Procyon Bind generated and produce a ranked list of peptides that likely bind ACE2 enzyme. And the second step was, once we had this ranked list of peptide sequences that the model predicted as likely binders of ACE2, we sent that ranked list to our collaborators in the Pendoliti lab, the chemistry department at MIT in Boston. And what they have done is they have synthesized those peptides that were predicted by Procyon as most likely binder of ACE2. And so the way that worked is that we sent sequences of amino acids to our collaborators. They have printed in the sequences, as you can see here in this video, to generate and synthesize now practically those peptides the model predicted. And so once after that synthesis process was completed, then we tested whether those peptides that were synthesized based on predictions of Procyon were indeed ACE2 binders. And what we see here on the right part of the slide in panel 4 is that the peptides that were predicted by Procyon with higher binding score indeed were strongly enriched in those peptides that were shown through downstream experimental analysis in wet lab to be binders of ACE2. And this is an illustration of how AI models can be coupled with experimental technology in wet labs in order to guide experimental work and help nominate scientific hypotheses that can then be validated experimentally. And this loop of AI experiment integration can be repeated through multiple rounds of campaigns. Another important use case of Procyon model is that Procyon can be used broadly to generate functional predictions for proteins that have no functional insights. So here an example, I show an example of that for ACAN81, protein recently implicated to be involved in Parkinson's disease. However, when we look at this protein, what it does, we really do not have good understanding of what are the functions, biological pathways, and biological processes ACAN81 is involved in. In other words, if you take that protein and go and look it up in various biological data repositories, their functional pages are relatively empty. So with Procyon, what we can do is human scientists can provide information about the sequence of AKNED1, its predicted structure, and send query to Procyon around specific biological functions that the human scientist is interested in understanding around AKNED1. And Procyon will then process that user input query, and it will generate free-form textual descriptions that are predictions around the roles and functions of AKNED1. So here in this example, Procyon predicted that AKNED1 plays a role in the cytosolic machinery, and it's responsible for formation of actin cytoskeleton. And to validate independently of the AI model this prediction, we worked with Human Protein Atlas and specifically look at images of where in cells AKNED1 protein is localized in specific tissues, as shown on the right part of the slide, to provide experimental line of evidence for this prediction. And now we can generate this type of protein cards for all human proteins that are currently poorly functionally characterized. So this was a brief example of how AI scientists and these highly capable models that human scientists can talk to and have natural language conversation with are really transforming biological discovery at the molecular level and molecular biology that has implications for research. I want to very briefly, in the remaining few minutes that I have, change the focus a bit and talk about how these models also play a role on reasoning that involve not individual molecules, but entire patient and patient populations. So here what we are developing is really the cutting-edge AI models that rely on the idea of building models that can act as human collaborators or agents. We're not interested in the agents that are shown here, but we're interested in AI agents, actually. And so specifically, I want to share with you a model that we recently developed called TX Agent, which is a model that can serve as a question-answering counterpart to human scientists, and it can reason across all drugs that we have as humanity developed since 1939. And the model can help identify optimal patient populations, reason about drug labels, adverse events, pharmacology, clinical information in order to better study the effects of existing drugs, as well as develop personalized treatments and personalized treatment recommendations for patients, leveraging in the entire landscape of current drugs as they are available to humanity. So TX Agent is a large language model that allows users to interact with the model through natural language. But what the model will do, it will query over hundreds tools at FDA in US, at Open Targets Initiative in UK, Monarch Initiative in the US, to retrieve in real time relevant medical information about drugs developed since 1939 and validated clinical insights from clinical trial databases in order to answer questions that users would ask about patients, diseases, and drugs, provide reasoning traces. So this model can engage in free-form natural conversations. It can perform and handle multiple patient conditions, drug disease information. It also performs very well by outperforming many larger models. So to evaluate whether TX Agent works well, we have tested TX Agent on a benchmark with FDA in the United States, and specifically their drug prescribing cards, which are these summary documents that are tens of pages of long that for a given drug provide information about its ingredients, warnings, safety, adverse events as identified during clinical trial, pharmacology information about the use of the drug in specific patient populations, potential comorbidities, drug interactions that the drug would be involved in. And the question and the challenge, the task that TX Agent had to solve was to be able to take a drug that the model did not encounter anytime during training and generate such a drug prescribing card for this drug. And then we calculate what is the information the model generated across all these aspects of drug recommendations in patients versus what is the ground truth factual information in a prescribing card for this specific drug. And so this slide shows a summary of those results, where we can see in a light green performance of TX agent model across these various dimensions of drug reasoning, from warnings and safety all the way to clinical information and pharmacology. And we see that across these various tasks, TX agent performs well and outperforms other larger large language models and state-of-the-art models that were previously available for just in general large language model domain. Just as illustration, shown on the left part of the slide is an example of how our medical researchers, collaborators are using TX agent by asking questions, such as shown on the left, about, for example, here a 60-year-old female patient with a history of myocardial infarction and hypertension that is being evaluated for medical adjustment. She's currently on a beta blocker and has no known renal or hepatic impairment. Given this background of the patient, what would be most appropriate medication for this patient in order to further reduce the risk for cardiovascular events? And so this is an example question that goes as input to TX agent, and TX agent will provide as output what is shown here in the green box, which is information about the recommended drug and justification and lines of evidence from clinical trials and clinical studies that support the answer that the model provided. TX agent and other models that I highlighted in today's presentations are open models that come with open data sets and open evaluations. Because of that, we are seeing that many of our collaborators internationally are using these models to evaluate them for use in real-world clinical practice, as well as to guide the scientific discovery, and you are welcome to try them out as well. We're currently working with a large number of healthcare systems in Europe and US to evaluate AI predictions made by TX agent using clinical data from millions of patients. And for that, we are starting from an AI-generated hypothesis, such as shown here in part 1, where TX agent predicted that dapagliflozin, which is a drug indicated for type 2 diabetes, would also have a protective effect on Alzheimer's disease. And to validate that prediction, we are emulating clinical trials by going to an EHR cohort and build a treatment and control cohorts of patients that initially have not been diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease. And a treatment cohort takes the drug the model predicted as candidate drug protective of Alzheimer's, and the control cohort is a cohort of patients that are matched by sex, by age as to the treatment cohort, and are not taking this drug. And so we can then track those patients over time and in the large EHR system and measure the probability of those patients of developing Alzheimer or Alzheimer-related symptoms. And in doing so, we can emulate a clinical trial using real-world patient data based to evaluate AI predictions. Here's just illustration of how we have done that using data from 190,000 patients in Mass General Brigham and Massachusetts General Hospital in Boston, where we for those number of patients track the probability of them developing dementia over the period of 10 years, shown on the x-axis, for dapagliflozin, the drug predicted by TX agent as being protective of Alzheimer's disease in green, versus shown in red, which is the control group of patients. And we are seeing this suggestive evidence that prediction made by AI model can really have an impact on real-world patients. So we are now following up on this drug and several others. So with that, I will conclude here. I briefly shared with you a few vignettes of how AI models can have increasingly broad impact on scientific discovery at the level of supporting scientists perform and design more effectively better biological experiments in wet lab and reason about molecules and molecular functions, and also how AI models can have an impact on treatment recommendations in a personalized manner, and helping with decision-making that clinical researchers need to take into consideration when matching drugs with patient conditions. And so with that, I will conclude here. I'm grateful for all the students that that work with me on this work, and happy to take any questions if there are. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your nice presentation, and very interesting. And so the questions are open. The topics are very interesting. I think the use of AI in practical directions, so that we really can improve and say, yes, that's what we want with this mega data to analyze. So we conclude that we have discussed after each presentation, so that, and after all, it will be
since it is on web,
So,
any
questions on these topics?
Perhaps if you can share with us what is the novelty of your approach? How do you incorporate the critical thinking into your AI system?
Yeah, thank you for this question. That's the key novelty of this strategy is reasoning models, and reasoning models are the kind of algorithms that can that answer human specified questions and solve human tasks by performing multi-step inference, where the model takes human task and decomposes it into a set of smaller tasks or a sequence of tasks that need to be solved in order to generate a response to user scientists that is grounded in prior knowledge, and that is not hallucinated, and also can translate into actionable hypotheses. And in order to be able to train these models to have these reasoning capabilities, we need to develop new objective functions and loss functions that these models are trained on, that go beyond what large language models are trained on, which is generally just a next token prediction or these auto-completion objectives. Instead of leveraging those objectives alone, we train those models for instruction guide tuning, which is a strategy that allows models to follow human instruction. And second, we train them through reinforcement learning with human feedback to be able to go through multiple steps of inference to solve more complex tasks and questions. So there are novel algorithmic architectures and advances that allow us to solve more complex scientific questions, and also to bring together different data modalities beyond text alone.
Professor Mainzer?
Yeah, thank you very much for the talk. My question concerned the comparison with what is nowadays called causal thinking, causal approach in the tradition of Pearl and others. And their models are also usual. And the idea is, traditionally, the AI approach is only statistical. That means a lot of data and then an induction up to a hypothesis. And if you consider the history of science, for example, Newton has very poor data sets, or Einstein, but nevertheless, they constructed a model which was confirmed in the long run with very few data. So what they did was a construction of a model with the distinction of causes and effects. That means the causal approach. And it is based in modern terminology on finding models, but not with a lot of data, but with an intelligent solution. And I think that is mainly missed nowadays in the AI approaches. And I had the impression that your research is on that line. Is that right?
So that's a great question. There is a growing interest in reconciling mechanistical causal models, such as structured causal models, with the output of large language models. And the key consideration here is whether we are using these models for generating predictions versus for scientific understanding or understanding of mechanisms. And there is a distinction, which I think you're pointing to as well, regarding the model producing black box predictions that can inform screening in biological experiments versus the model producing as output new mechanisms or mechanistic rationales that can explain a specific biological phenomenon. So much of our research is focused on the second piece as well, where the outputs generated by the model are distilled through a technique called knowledge distillation in then compact, human-readable rationales or candidate mechanisms. And the way we can distill these large statistical foundation models into those rationales is through causally inspired models that bring and modeling that you are referring to with large language model outputs and distill these large models into smaller models in such a way that the performance is kept the same as that of larger models, while these distilled models being much, much smaller in their size. And so that is a technique that is currently at the front of AI development to use these models not only for generating screening predictions, but for generating scientific rationales and candidate mechanisms that go towards scientific understanding.
Yeah, something that, well, many things were very interesting in your presentation, but one thing is somehow related to the previous questions. It was said that reasoning trace. So what did you mean by reasoning? Because reasoning can be in many ways, just statistical data or real reasoning, invention. And then how to trace? Are you sure that you can trace the reasoning, all kinds of reasoning of AI?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So reasoning trace in this area of research refers to a sequence of actions or and thoughts that the model generated in order to solve a human task. So the way the model approaches solving a human task is that first it reads the human entry by processing the tokens that the natural language prompt specified by human scientists translates to. And then it will, based on that reading of human specified prompt, identify what is the next action that would be the best for the model to perform. It will then perform that action, and that action might entail that the model will do a lookup in a large knowledge base, or and then retrieve information from that knowledge base. After that action is performed, then the model will attempt to answer the question that human specified, and if that cannot be done, then it will take another action, and then process is repeated, and so this produces a sequence of actions and thoughts that the model generates, which is called reasoning trace. We train this model such a way that they are medically grounded, and medically grounded for us means that when we're training patient models, they're grounded in clinical guidelines, that guided in clinically validated insights. When we are training models for molecular biology, they are grounded in scientific literature, and the model can then print out the sequence of steps and the sequence of papers, the sequence of clinical guidelines it looked into in order to answer the question. That is useful for explaining model predictions. It is useful for debugging models, for specific inputs, and this is what reasoning traces are.
Thank you very much. If there is no question anymore, then we proceed with the next presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, better. Once again, thanks for the invite. It's always a pleasure coming back home and speak in Ljubljana. So yeah, just recently moved from London, so most of the work that I'll present is still from Cambridge, where I worked for the last 8 years. Diagnostic imaging. It sounds as a narrow field in medicine, but I see a few doctors among the audience, and hopefully you agree with me that there is essentially very few areas in medicine that you don't need imaging anymore to reach the diagnosis. So it really becomes center of reaching a diagnosis. And at the same time, imaging is one of the most data-rich areas in medicine, and therefore inherently it's an ideal field for artificial intelligence. So very quickly to summarize this, because it's already been presented a few times actually today. So what is AI in then diagnostic imaging? So when we talk about AI, we essentially speak about deep learning and machine learning algorithms. So these are systems that learn from large amounts of data to recognize certain patterns, sometimes even invisible to human eyes. And to continue, why imaging needs AI? Probably you read media across Europe, Slovenia, Netherlands, Germany, the UK, and so on, and there is a significant shortage of radiologists at the moment. And at the same time, also the population is aging, and investigations are becoming more complex. So for instance, if there was a suspicion of lung cancer, 40 years ago you would do chest x-ray and there would be 1 or 2 images to read. Whereas today you do a high resolution CT, and for the same clinical question you get approximately 300 images to go through. So this is really is becoming a burden now. And the image that's presented here on the left, for instance, it shows discrepancy between how the exams are rising in the red and how the number of radiologists is rising. So you see that radiologists are not keeping pace in the UK at the moment. And 97% of clinical leads, they say that the backlog that is caused in imaging is caused because of a shortage of radiologists. And you can see at the bottom that over the next coming years, this shortage will become even worse. Obviously, radiologists, I know clinicians think differently, but I can assure you, radiologists in a lot of centers face high workload, real pressures, burnout, and obviously with all that, it comes a significant risk of errors, and backlogs. At the same time, the longer patients with cancer risk wait for diagnosis, the more likely it is that cancer either becomes incurable or more hardly to be cured at the end. Taking all this into account, also is 2025, both clinicians and patients on the other side are becoming more and more demanding. They want quantitative, objective, good results from us. And obviously also here in terms of standardization, AI can offer us help. So if we now move to the roles of artificial intelligence, which roles can AI do for us? Probably the most, the one that everyone probably knows from media the most would be interpretation of imaging. So this is where AI, for instance, help us segment the lesions, segment the tumors, also offer the measurements of those tumors detected, quantify some findings, and then obviously at the end also offer us diagnostic support and differential diagnosis. But in addition to that, nowadays we can also get some help with reporting so that AI fills in the pre-populated fields, for instance, so speeds up reporting process itself. It can also triage cases so that where we have a work list, the more urgent cases come on the top of the list so that they get reported first rather than being lost somewhere at the bottom, and so on. And last but not least, in terms of just imaging itself, AI has already made progress also on helping with scanning itself. It can reduce scan times, and it can also pick up the most ideal sequences for a certain patient, and by doing that, it can also reduce the radiation when scanning, when using CT. But yeah, as said, this is probably what you probably heard before, but the entire role of AI can be a bit broader. So if you go to the top row, we can see that I already touched scanning a bit, right, by selecting appropriate sequences and so on, but AI is actually very good also at scheduling so that the scanners are used optimally in terms of how much time is needed for each examination and so on, so that there are no free gaps. And then once everything is reported, AI can help by communicating findings to target certain target groups like clinicians or patients. It can even recommend further imaging or treatments. It's very good at comparing previous and new studies and spotting potential adverse events. But that's more in the pipeline, so not really integrated into practice yet. So if you look at this graph, we are now moving on to which subspecialty areas in radiology AI is applied the most. So looking at this graph, that's data from America from last year, and we can see that actually those FDA-approved programs, AI programs, have taken up significantly over the last 5 years. Really a significant increase in the registered products. So that's obviously on the rise. But when we look at the subspecialty level, we see that neuroimaging and chest imaging are the two fields that are really in the lead, whereas musculoskeletal, abdominal, and breast are somehow lagging behind, and all the rest, obviously, it's just only starting now. So neuro and chest. Now I just want to present a few practical examples. I think they're illustrative enough to understand where AI can offer support to us radiologists. So starting with neuroimaging. One of the really good applications of AI is in emergency setting, where AI can spot intracranial hemorrhage, as we see on the top, and then highlight the areas of intracranial hemorrhage. For instance, below, we can see these are areas highlighted where there is ischemic stroke. And I know in England there are teleradiology companies, and most of the companies are already using those systems so that once radiologists read the study, they also have results of the AI there side by side, so it helps reporting. Not just CT, in the last few years, progress has been made also in MRI of the head. So from top to bottom, we can see that AI can help support with high-grade gliomas, then also in the middle, diagnosing metastatic disease in brain, and at the bottom, even picking up vascular diseases such as aneurysms. In terms of chest imaging, that's the second biggest area where AI is applied, and by far the most common is lung cancer. In the UK, lung cancer screening is already as a national program, and AI can help spotting the lung nodules both on chest x-rays, but for the purposes of screening, a low dose radiation CT is used. You can see that. And when radiologists report that, all the nodules are highlighted by AI, which can save a lot of time, but then radiologists at the end, they still need to decide what would be the next step. So what's further management, and after how many months another scan is required, or if the patient can just be dismissed from clinic. Not just cancer, in chest, AI can also help support in spotting pneumothorax in emergency setting, like on those chest x-rays at the bottom. It can also help spot pneumonia, pleural effusions, and other benign things. So if we move on to the, let's say, third and fourth subspecialty areas, that would be breast imaging, for instance. And AI is actually very good in using mammograms and spotting breast nodules. So as you probably know, screening programs for breast, they use 2 radiologists, 2 readers, which need to be in consensus. But that obviously requires a lot of manpower, a lot of radiologists. And AI in some countries is already replacing the second radiologist, so that the workload for radiology is reduced by 50%, and then you have AI and radiologists. If they are in consensus, it's fine. If they are not in consensus, then the second radiologist would actually do the consensus read. And then finally, MSK imaging. By far the most common application of MSK imaging is spotting fractures in emergency setting, but they can also use that in theaters during operations. There is the fifth area that I haven't mentioned yet, and that's abdominal imaging. And I work as a urogenital radiologist consultant, and that's my special area of expertise. So prostate cancer, that falls under abdominal imaging, and prostate cancer at the moment is one of the hottest areas in radiology. The highest number of papers per organ are coming out in prostate cancer, because ultimately is the most common cancer in men. So I'll now share just my experience from the most recent trends in prostate cancer, and offer not just the hype, but also some critical insights on where we need to be careful. So we mentioned large language models before, and that was not like a proper research, but it's something on the horizon, and we've been playing with models a bit. That's just ChatGPT helping to do that. So this is what you see here on the top is a freehand report. I just dictated my standard prostate MRI, and probably if you ask patients, they don't really like this report too much. And even if you ask my urology colleagues, they don't like this report probably too much. I think ChatGPT can be very handy here, and with the right prompt and in a matter of seconds, you can get a lay summary. So you can get a lay summary that's very helpful for the patients, because patients, by reading a text that's understandable to them, they feel more included into the process, they understand their condition better, and they get more trust into their treatment, healthcare system, and especially also more trust into AI. At the same time, we can also address, let's say, communication with clinicians, with urologists. So we can just say to the ChatGPT or LLM, can you please do a structured report for me? And you see that's a structured report here that I'm showing on the right. And it's using only the text from the left. It goes everything category by category, and it's really very easy to look at. And we've done a survey at the European level, published in European Radiology last year, that those structured reporting show that communication with clinicians get improved, error rate of radiologists get reduced, and obviously it's very easy then to compare serial imaging, especially in cancer patients, when you evaluate progressions or regressions of tumors. And it's very helpful also for data mining, because it's easy to extract the data from such reports. But then in Cambridge, we wanted to go a step further. And we wanted to use large language models also for classification of disease. So we wanted to upload 100, we uploaded 100 reports, radiology reports, into ChatGPT and other large language models to classify the likelihood of prostate cancer, which ranges from 1 to 5. 5, it means highly likely that the prostate cancer is present. And then we compared performance of BART and ChatGPT with senior and junior radiologists, 100 reports, and the results are as follows. Senior reporter and junior reporter were obviously significantly better than the first generation of LLMs like GPT 3.5 and BART, but we can see that already second generation it got better, but still below the accuracy of radiologists. What is important to notice here, so as a critic, there were repeatability issues, so there were some outputs from the models were inconsistent, so you would not always get the same number out. And secondly, very interestingly, in 2 cases, BART assigned 2 reports PARET 6, which doesn't exist. So classification is just from 1 to 5, but BART assigned 2 times 6. So that's mentioned in previous talks, called hallucination. Well, let's now move on to the software, how to detect prostate cancer on prostate MRI. So as an expert radiologist and fortunate to work in Cambridge, I've been involved for the last 4 years into development and validation of software with a few companies. And just to offer you some insight, how we train those models, how the models are trained. So actually it's a very, very laborious process. You need a lot of expertise and a lot of imaging, which need to be de-anonymized. And prostate, if you imagine like 3 millimeter slices, 5 centimeter prostate, you need around 15, 18 slices per prostate. So each of those slices, as you can see, we had to manually draw a line and outline the prostate to segment it. And then once we segmented all the prostates, we then had to segment also all the lesions. And if lesion is like a centimeter big, so 3 slices per 1 lesion. And we had to segment 800 cases. So that took us hundreds of hours to do that. And once we had all those outlines made, then we had to correlate all the data with the histology, which is the gold standard, obviously. And such as in this case, this was a true positive finding in the prostate. But obviously there were some true negatives, false positives, and so on. Anyway, so that's how we trained the model. And 2 years ago, the software came on the market. A few hospitals are using the system now. And you can see the system, that's what the user see, the interface. You can see that the prostate is outlined, and on the right-hand side, there are 2 areas that are highlighted, and these are highlighted areas that are suspicious for prostate cancer, and program gives you the number of likelihood, so from 1 to 5 again, with 5 being the most suspicious. Obviously, we then performed a study that included 250 men. And what's important when you read those studies, to be critical, studies ideally need to be performed in several centers and on several different scanners to increase generalizability, because models are very good at using their own data on their own scanner, but when you use the same model or the same software in another hospital, let's say you developed a program on Siemens in Ljubljana, but then you use it on GE in Maribor, the results will not be that good anymore. So anyway, we use 6 centers, 250 men, 3 different scanner types, and actually the AI model was non-inferior to radiologists, performed just slightly worse, but not significantly worse than radiologists. And that obviously was our headline thing in the paper. But since this is the conference about AI, I want to draw your attention to certain drawbacks and a risk that we really need to be aware of. Obviously, this is just an example of our study, but it's very transferable to other diagnostic AI studies as well. So one thing, 20% of patients were excluded for the analysis, because up to 20% of patients can have artifacts on imaging for prostate, like distended rectum and gas, and there are artifacts. Patients have a bit of claustrophobia, or they have some pain and they are moving in the scanner, and then you get motion artifacts and so on. Some have metallic implants like hip replacements and so on. So those scans were excluded. Then, second thing, as mentioned before, sites. You can see that performance, so area under the curve, in certain centers was really poor, really significantly worse than in the others. So it's not that rosy picture as the headline title, obviously. Another thing, all the studies so far have been mostly done as a retrospective evaluation, not as a prospective studies. And also, no one talks about the other things that radiologists do as well. Everyone is just talking about detection. But what about staging of the disease? What about of preoperative planning of the disease? What about of whether the disease has spread to the lymph nodes, to the bones, and all the rest? That's what AI doesn't do. AI does at the moment only, is there a prostate cancer or not, and nothing else. So, if you are heads of departments that consider buying some software, but that's obviously more general, just to get the idea, is this: how to select software, how to critically appraise the software. Obviously, it needs to align with the departmental needs and to benefit patients, and it needs to be cost effective. It needs to be cost effective and offer long-term value. And what I mean by this, if you look at this graph, you can see that the separate diseases and separate programs that are covering the disease. So for instance, I can just quickly read: pneumonia, 7 softwares, COVID, 6, pleural effusion, 9, emphysema, 9, and lung cancer, 28. It means that not all chest diseases are covered by one system. So you would need to buy, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 softwares to cover all the chest diseases, whereas you can just employ one more radiologist who knows everything, right? So that's why I'm saying you need to really see if it's cost beneficial or not. And at the moment, it's probably not there yet. In addition to that, obviously, you need to be really critical checking the performance, as mentioned before, if there was any pilot test data done, study done in your center, and so on. It needs to integrate well into your IT system, PACS integration. Radiologists need to be happy with the workflow and so on. And you need to check, first of all, obviously, that it has the right regulation. FDA, for instance, in America, CE in Europe, and so on. And obviously that there are data protection plans and registrations in place as well. So yeah, getting to the end now, talking about patients. So patient perspectives are also very important before integrating AI into everyday practice. And that's just the recent survey published in European Radiology in 2025. And patients actually said that more than 90% of patients would like the radiologist to check the results of AI. And only 15% of patients would be happy by having the results reported just by AI alone. In terms of trust, obviously almost 100% they would trust radiologists, but at the moment around 50% would trust AI as well. And the higher the education, the higher acceptance of AI. At the end, responsibility, as we said before, accountability is also important. And at the moment, patients think that all 3 parties, stakeholders, should be responsible. So hospital, developers, and patients. So what's on the horizon? Federated learning across institutions. That means that AI models can learn from different centers without having to transfer all the patient data to the main research center. So that on one hand preserves patient confidentiality, and at the same time the AI models get more generalizable. Second thing is multimodal AI. That's a very promising area in the future, which means that imaging would be integrated together with genomics, histology slides, family history, laboratory data, and so on. So you would really get a comprehensive assessment of the disease. Obviously, the radiologists here are key into integrating this into practice. And what is important is that also teaching at medical schools during radiology changes, evolves, and training of radiologists during their specialty training needs to involve AI as well. So to conclude, in conclusion, obviously AI is transforming imaging. It's already there, but we need to be cautious. We need to be aware of the limitations. I hope I highlighted some of them during the talk. The question there is also, will AI replace radiologists? As it seems at the moment is AI will offer support to us. It will speed up the process, but it'll take probably a long time before AI can do everything and not needing doctors at the end at all. And obviously, ideally, as we said before, companies and everyone is pushing a bit with this AI and adoption and everything. But I think that we as doctors, scientists, and patients at the same time, we should not just adopt the AI, but we should be critical in how to adopt it and how to critically appraise it and change it and future plan it to be safe for the future for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a very interesting lecture. And your presentation is open for questions or comments. Dr. Stasic.
Thank you for a very nice and an interesting presentation. We here in Ljubljana, we work on similar problem too, breast cancer identification and classification at the same time. we had approximately 300 patients. For each patient, we had 500 slices, and we developed our own algorithm. You mentioned that each software is different for different organs, etc. Normally, because you have to identify the basic features of each. This is the problem, you know, how to identify the features of each organ in such and such conditions. That means that you have to have a lot of, or huge database for different cases. And what was accuracy in your case for breast cancer identification, for example, is there cancer or not? Only on the basis of the image analysis of the.
Yeah, thanks. Just to clarify, you said 500 slices per patient, so you're probably using MRI, not the mammograms, yes, right? Yes. Yeah, good. So the images that I showed, that's the example from no, that was a mammogram. So X-rays essentially. It's not MRI, and I unfortunately I can't offer you a exact number on the accuracy of those models because I'm a uroradiologist. I used breast just as an example at the start, but it's not my area of expertise. It's very easy. Actually, I can offer you probably an answer at the end. I can Google a bit. But what I know is that mammograms, AI is super good, and accuracy is definitely above 95%. But whether it's 96, 7, or 8, that's what I'm not sure. But it's above 95 for sure.
Thank you, because we got approximately 96%.
Yeah, that's very good, yeah.
Thank you very much. Any other question? Yes.
Thank you for an excellent lecture. I have a little bit of a technical questions. You showed that you use manual segmentation on MRI images of prostate. Why manual? Why not automated with threshold or any other image analysis tools?
Yeah, good. So, how to say, I was involved as a radiologist, not as an engineer. So I can't give the completely detailed answer, but I can just a bit describe how it worked, because that was my comment as well. Because it took me 3 times more time than if it was automated. But let's say the director, the scientific advisor, they said that it needs to be manually segmented. What we did at the end was that we used actually a segmentation tool, and then I manually readjusted the tool where the tool didn't fit, well, the segmentation didn't fit the prostate. Because sometimes, you know, you have periprostatic vessels, some nerves, a bit more of fat and so on, and I haven't seen a segmentation tool that would be completely accurate. So that's why actually we did it in cooperation, yeah.
Please.
Yeah, thank you for this excellent presentation. Yeah, while listening to your talk, I think like we're facing an aging Europe. So I think there's really an assignment to all of us, like we have to make sure that everyone that is sort of specialized in healthcare needs to be replaced by something. It could be a bot or it could be something else, so that people do get care. So we have to be very sparse with our resources and when to use a medical specialist and not. And I was thinking, so say if we put all the money on AI and radiology for the coming 5-10 years, do you think in principle it will be possible that I will be my own radiologist, so for myself?
It's always difficult to predict and be completely sure. I think AI will be able to do a lot more than it does at the moment. But as said, explained by Professor as well, you need a lot of data sets of similar disease and similar patterns that the AI can learn. So it'll become probably very good at diagnosing a tumor within the breast, tumor within the lung, tumor within the prostate, and so on. But then when it comes to a much more complex data and patterns of disease spread and incorporating other clinical factors in, and also talking with the patient, what would be his preferences, how to treat and so on, this will be much, much more difficult to train the AI. Because for instance, if tumor grows out of prostate, the pattern is different in every patient, and even the anatomy of vessels or lymph nodes, it's different in every patient a bit. So it would be, probably engineers can help here, but I think it would be difficult to train AI so accurately that it would really always describe the anatomy of spread and offer all different measurements, whereas is a different kind of data required than for those spotting the tiny lesions. And there is not that much of studies with those more rare conditions or rare staging cases to say. So it'll take a bit longer for sure.
Okay, that's hopeful.
Thank you. Any other question? Okay, now I'll just come here, please. Say thank you. And we enjoyed your presentation. And we see that human eye is still a golden standard in diagnostic imaging. Thank you. Now I'd like to invite Professor Tasic, whom I know for quite a long time. We are friends, and we even had some plans to do together with AI. Unfortunately, we did not succeed, but now you will explain everything.
I wouldn't explain a lot of things because I'm retired for 9 years, and during those periods I had a project. This project is really a project which could be used everywhere in the world.
Yeah, but you are still more active than some people that are still working. Okay.
Thank you. As you see, I'm co-author of this project, if I can say. There was a lot of other younger students, PhD students, but there was not a place to put everyone here on this list. I would like just to present the basics of the artificial intelligence, important knowledge of medical staff, AI and diagnosis, what influence of the AI is on the diagnosis, my experiences, I would say this, then advantages of wireless smart control systems here. Today we had a talk about communication systems, and somebody, I think that Professor Manzer said that this is very important, that the data can flow from one side to the other one, but we have to know that nowadays the new technologies are coming also in this area. You know that you are using today 5G technology, and you are very glad because response is very fast. But now we are approaching to 6G and 7G technology is very complex, this technology, or should be very complex. And artificial intelligence, this technology will manage data flow and package flow through the whole network. And we wouldn't know where at that moment is our package, for example, which I am sending from here to Geneva, or is more maybe in the Moscow or in the London or somewhere. It will be a virtual network, and this virtual network will support also the advantages in the medical applications too. Then I will talk a little bit about the structure of the AI-driven RPM systems and functional prototype, which was designed from zero, from scratch, and tested on NATO exercises in one of the Balkan states. Techniques for connecting is we have to focus integration of wireless wearable sensor structures. Nowadays, we are focusing with the problem that it is very convenient to have a real data on time. That means we have to measure those at minimum 5 vital parameters of patient in real time, and on that basis, we can predict what's going on with this patient. For example, this patient can be somebody in the elderly people care at home or somewhere outside, etc. And you can identify his heart rate, his oxygenation, state of the oxygen in blood, temperature, etc. And what is important is a trend of those old parameters, where they are going. It is not so important, is this 35 degrees the body temperature, this is temperature on the skin, or is 71, so 37, but the important is this temperature changing during the time, or in which direction, etc. These technologies and real-time validation of those parameters helps doctors to take health care of each patient and to follow his parameters and his conditions in real life. The result of this project is collaboration, what is very important between various scientific disciplines and medicine, computer engineering, signal theory, then mathematics and others. And so we can achieve a lot of such results. We developed here also one ECG sensor named SAVI. The weight of this sensor is 2 grams. The duration of this, or lifetime of this sensor is approximately 2 to 3 weeks. And the system communicate with your PDA or mobile phone, and through the mobile phone, the data are transmitted. But in the background, we have to have one kind of artificial intelligence to filter the data. Because the sampling frequency of the data was 120 samples per second. That means it's a lot of data. Data collection is therefore a very important topic, and gathering all those data together and ensuring accuracy, what is very important, that all those data are correctly captured, and those data are consistent too. We have to take also care about the quality of those sensors which are a part of this system. After collecting the data, as you know, we have to process all those data. As I said, there is a huge amount of data, and we have to know what data are useful for us, which are not. For example, if you have this single channel ECG sensor on your chest, and if you are walking or if you are running, the signals are not always good to use them. Therefore, the system has to filter those data which are not useful for our predictions or checking of the state of the healthcare of the patient. Then, on the basis of the very known results, we have to train the system, as was mentioned many times here. In the background, we have to have learning phase and then testing phase. And during learning phase, we learned our system on the basis of the huge database and on the results which are linked with those data which we used for this training. After testing, we evaluate the model performance and using the test data to ensure accuracy and reliability. And after that, we implement the trained model in real world application. And we adapt after that also some performances of this system. What is very important, what I noticed when I'm talking with some doctors of medicine, because with a large amounts of data and artificial intelligence, the doctor faces with the new challenges. As I mentioned before, we, during the slicing of the breast cancer with MRI, we got huge amount of data, and we have to filter all those data or from this amount of data, only the necessary data, and on the basis of those necessary data, you can make one kind of decision of is there breast cancer or is not breast cancer, but in the same methodology is used in the other areas. For all those 5 parameters, we had also those databases for learning and testing phase. What is very important here in this area is also unification of database. There is no standards, or there are standards, but not global. There is no global standard. It is not so easy to store the data in one hospital on one way and to use the data from other hospital. Those data are stored in other forms. Therefore, you have to change and transfer those data from one form to the other one, what is not good. Therefore, we have to follow one kind of trend to standardize those formats of the data storages. What is very important is, as we heard today, is also machine learning for predictive analysis in healthcare. If we are looking on AI in diagnosis, artificial intelligence has, as we see and today, and we heard many times, has a strong influence on the transformation of healthcare. That means we can expect in the near future and other quite new approaches to the patient and to our healthcare of elderly people. Pattern recognition, algorithms supported by artificial intelligence are more accurate today as they were in the past. The approach of the analysis of patients' imaging material using this artificial intelligence today represents also great support for all potential clinical decisions that is not in time-critical situations too. And we use artificial intelligence where it enables better and more successful treatment. And comparing with the older methods. If we goes now to the wireless smart control systems, if we have a patient or somebody or somebody who trained a run, or if we have some people focusing mostly on sport, it is very useful to measure all those 5 parameters which I mentioned in real time. In this case, we can predict heart rate, breathing rate, temperature, oxygenation, RR interval, and other parameters too. In this lecture, I would like just to present, as I said, the mobile system that monitors and records patients' vital signals. And we use this artificial intelligence also for triage and prioritization of the patients. And we predict here this Glasgow Coma scores. And we developed here a special mathematical model for this prediction. And we also transfer or record all the medication given to the patient during, for example, transport or on the if there is an accident, car accidents, etc. And in this case, you have to give or somebody some of those medical persons responsible for his health care. They can give them some medications, and all those data are stored and transferred to nearest hospital. What is important is that these data from the patient sensors are in real time transmitted in this PDA, and from this PDA or mobile phone to the hospital. And in the hospital, they can prepare themselves on the, for example, how to prepare the treatment of this patient. Is there an accident with injuries or not? You can also send some pictures with this system. And that means that this system collects all those parameters, vital parameters in real time, and all those parameters with snapshots, etc., are transmitted to the nearest hospital. What is, or what was the structure of this RPM system is sensors monitoring devices. Monitoring devices, these are measuring ECG signals, as I said, heart rate, blood pressure, blood oxygen levels, breathing rate, RR, the period. Then it's very important network connectivity. We have to realize this network connectivity or by Wi-Fi or by Bluetooth, some kind of wireless communication between sensors and PDA or integrator of those data. I have to say that our idea is that all those sensors should be integrated in one complex sensor, and this is focus our future work. That means the measurement of ECG, heart rate, blood pressure, oxygen, and breathing rate will be measured only with one smart sensor, if you can say so. What is very important that data can be or are at that level aggregated from different sensing devices, and artificial intelligence can detect patterns and identify potential health issues at very early stage. And at the end, I have to say that data security and privacy, as it was mentioned many times here, is very important too. And we have to prevent unauthorized access to those data, and there exist methods how to do that. If we look on our prototype, how it looks like is here. On the right side, you can see a patient, for example, with different sensors, non-invasive sensors on his body. The data are then transmitted over the Wi-Fi or Bluetooth, that means wireless communication channel, to PDA or personal phone, cell phone, and from here over the one kind of transmission station, this is access point, to over the transmission of intelligent network to the medical server, and from medical server to the doctor, or and maybe to the relatives or to the patient itself if he is lying somewhere in the hospital. That this is the basic approach of this system, and you can see that the system is composed of those 4 levels mentioned recently. The crucial biometrics parameters, as I said, which we measured in real time are here, ECG signal. We measured ECG signal. On the basis of this measured signal, you can predict a lot of functions. That means, for example, glucose level, then breathing rate, you can predict from ECG, then you can predict sorry, I cannot find the appropriate word if the ECG is not, the frequency is not normal. Atrial fibrillation, sorry, atrial fibrillation. We did that, and we can predict atrial fibrillation. We can, from these signals, also predict heart attack or attacks generally. 2 hours before we can identify that something is going wrong, and that there exists a huge probability of the heart attack. Then, as I said, oxygenation is also one of the methodology or one of the parameters which is very important, but methodology which we used here is the reflection of the white light from the skin or tissues under the skin. This was used. And as I said, it is very important then to present also the data to doctors and to the patient too. And here user interface are very vital for effective communication between healthcare providers and patients. As you can see, we have ECG signal, then we have breathing rate, then we have here oxygenation, then we have temperature here, and other parameters, there's systolic and diastolic pressure, and the frequency of the heart rate, etc. In the RPM system, the mobile application, the patient cell phone or tablet provides a storage of those graphical presentations of all those measurements, basic analysis, advanced analysis. You can do everything on that level too. Very important is then that AI is a very good tool to remote patient monitoring. Intelligent medical server receives, as we said, all the data from personal patient phone, and it presents one kind of, as I said, backbone of the whole system, and is capable of learning about patient health situations based on the previous patient treatments and records. What is also important is that at the patient-doctor level, that data integration supported by AI-based patient data analytics is a key component of the system functionality. That means data analytics is one of the foundation of the good remote patient monitoring system. And
Excuse me, Yuri, just one thing. In the afternoon, we are not so lucky to lose 2 speakers. So we are a bit short in time.
Sorry.
And if you can speed up.
Yeah, I will do that. That means such wearable devices like these ones, as I mentioned to you here, this one down, is also very important for our approach. We use deep learning model for atrial fibrillation detection. This was a method. And from SAVI single lead ECG sensor. As I mentioned, on the basis of the ECG signal, we measure also a level of, if I will say, sugar in blood. It is very convenient to do that in real time. And every 15 minutes you can do without any problem those measurements. Here, a remote, I can present here some remote patient applications, continuous glucose monitoring, remote patient monitoring by cardiovascular patients. Then where is very important for elderly people care, activity levels, etc. All those monitoring is very important because of medical large data which can be stored somewhere, as I said before. What I just want to point out very quickly is how to generate data. And here on this graph, I present one of ideas how to transform some with the support of artificial intelligence, machine learning, MMR data, image data, genetic data, then clinical activities, screening, diagnosis, treatments, but then natural language processing, everything we have to integrate together in one common data, EMR data, as I can see here in the middle of this graph. At the end, this is the architecture of our RMI prototype. This is the basic of the triage procedure, which was realized firstly on the basis of the mathematical model and secondly on the basis of the approach of the AI. And I said that we use the wireless technology as a new concept in medicine. It has a great possibility in the near future. The present system, paramedics and doctors from the emergency departments were included in this system and in evaluation process, and the system was evaluated, as I said at the beginning, also in the hospital in Celje and on military exercising in one of the Balkan states. Thank you for your attention and have a nice day.
For appreciation of your talk. Thank you.
I would like to thank you to all of you. It is a little bit older solution of one of the problem, how to track the vital data.
So we will start with the next presentation because we are a little too late. And this, may I ask Igor Maurin, Alexander Arnoš to present IA supported diagnostic imaging in emergency surgery.
Ne bom angliško. Kaj lahko prezent review napraviš?
Ja, tole pointe.
Ne, prezent review.
Mislite, kaj točno?
Na se gre pusti.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alexander, and together with my colleague, Dr. Maureen, we've been asked to provide an insight into the clinical environment in which AI can be used. And the topic that we decided to cover was the use of AI as an aid when analyzing X-ray images in an emergency department setting, particularly dealing with injuries to the extremities. However, our AI system that we use is also capable of detecting fractures in the spine, the ribs, as well as detecting pleural effusions and also, as we've seen, the pneumothorax. I'd like to apologize in advance. My slides are not in English because I was unaware of the fact that the presentation will be done in English, but since we are here to listen and not read, I don't think that will be a big problem. So when I started off with this, I decided to first include the main benefits when being faced with a patient in the emergency department, which is the most stressful setting a doctor can face. And I asked ChatGPT to develop an image that could represent this scenario, and this is what it came up with. I think it illustrates the situation quite well. A large brain in the sky, pointing the doctors in the right direction as to where a potential fracture might be hiding. So if I were to ask an elderly person not too familiar with technology, he would say, why do we need AI in medicine, right? Here's a fractured femur. Anybody, even someone without any medical knowledge or medical training, can see that this is an image of a femur and that something is clearly wrong. In this case, this is a real scenario that I treated. This was a young man, probably the same age as me, who fell on a downhill bike and fractured his femur and was subsequently operated on. And I would agree that for images such as these, AI is not very useful because you can clearly see at a distance that something is very, very wrong. But what about this? This is an image of this is an X-ray image of a forearm of a child. Why is it a child? Because clearly we can see the presence of growth plates. And looking at this image from a distance, one could say, well, there's nothing wrong here. However, if we zoom in on this image, we can see at the top part of the distal radius, circled here, that there's a slight irregularity on the dorsal cortex. And this is the important part, if this is combined with also clinical examination findings of pain, limited range of motion, this can indicate a fracture. And in a stressful environment at 3 a.m. with still 40 patients unexamined, this comes very much in handy and at relieving your stress. So what I'm going to do now is run through several clinical scenarios that I've come across to help illustrate why AI is really, really useful in these cases. So this is a Mortiz view of an ankle. Ankle injuries are very common. We treat them on a daily basis several times. And again, telling you from experience and knowledge, this is a fairly normal image of an ankle. But if we zoom in, we can see some irregularity here. I'm sorry, it's not as visible on the monitor as it is here on my display. But right here is a slight irregularity of the cortex of the distal fibula, indicating a fracture. And again, if also clinical signs of pain, swelling are present, we can and should say that this is a fracture. And not only does it tell us that there is a fracture, it also changes the treatment plan for this particular patient. So this is the AI system that we use. It's called AZMed, and it provides this nice summary of suspicions. And there are 3 categories. Either there is no suspicion of a fracture, a low probability, or a high probability. And in this case, the probability was designated as low, and it encircles the area in a nice little square, alerting your attention. But as we all know from the clinical world, and my goal here is to provide a clinician's insight into how AI is transforming medicine. We sometimes say that the most commonly missed fracture is the second one. So we should not develop a sort of a tunnel vision and only analyze what the AI tells us we can see, but we need to look at the entire X-ray image because there may be anomalies hidden elsewhere. This is another example. It shows the X-ray image of a child's hand, lots of growth plates, lots of potential fracture sites. And in this particular scenario, the AI circled the distal interphalangeal joint of the right pinky. But since there was no clinical pain present, the range of motion was normal. This was deemed a low suspicion of a fracture, and treating this patient, I decided that no immobilization was necessary. Another example, that of an adult elbow, great projections. Again, looking at this image from a distance, one could conclude that everything is fine. But if we zoom in on the radial head, as the AI does, without telling us, we can see that there is an irregularity on the cortex of the radial head, thereby significantly altering the treatment plan for the patient. Another crucial example is the injury of a finger. In this case, again, a child's finger. This child fell on an outstretched hand. The proximal interphalangeal joint was painful. The X-ray image, again, if viewed from a distance, can be described as normal. However, zooming in, we can see that there is an injury to the volar plate, which is a primary stabilizer of the joint. And this needs a prolonged immobilization and cannot be left untreated because otherwise the joint can become unstable or chronically painful. I, again, included the circle. Again, I think this is the final example. This is an X-ray image of a child's femur. Again, growth plates present. It is crucial to evaluate not just the diaphyseal area, but also the hip joint to detect a possible injury to the growth plate. And again, if you're in a stressful situation, looking at this image, you may say, okay, everything's fine, she can go. But the AI alerted us to two anomalies on both the lateral and AP projections, indicating a slight buccal or torus fracture, which again significantly changes the treatment protocol and requires immobilization and no weight bearing for approximately 6 to 8 weeks. And again, this is an example of an injury that both the AI and the treating surgeon missed. This was a patient that came into the emergency department at like 10 p.m. Everybody was tired, we were all frustrated. The patient came in, his ankle was clearly swollen, he had difficulty bearing weight, the ankle bones were painful on either side, and this image was deemed as normal. However, the surgeon decided to schedule him for a follow-up visit. A cast was applied and crutches were given, and no weight bearing was allowed. And then we can clearly see a fracture line on the heel bone, the calcaneus, and this also then necessitated a CT scan and a change in treatment because the patient will not be able to fully bear weight for quite a long time. Okay, so I'm now going to run through some key points to illustrate how AI is really useful. Again, the slides are in Slovenian, I apologize. Several studies have shown that the algorithms used by AI are as efficient, if not more efficient in certain cases, as expert radiologists and surgeons. But I would argue that this can differ based on the imaging modality used, because AI is much more competent, I think, in analyzing plain X-ray images than CT images, because CT images have a lot of slices and require some form of 3D visualization. The chance of a fracture being missed is greatly reduced, again, especially in the setting of a stressful emergency department. And the main benefit is that the patient is treated appropriately, not just in the form of treatment that the patient gets, but also at the proper time, because certain injuries should not be missed, particularly injuries, for example, to the pediatric elbow. Giving myself some breathing space. Again, when you're in the emergency department, you are under a lot of stress. The emergency department is full, you've been at work for 20 hours, you haven't slept for 20 hours, you're hungry, you're thirsty, you need to pee, and there's a stack of 40 patients to be examined, and the AI, in my personal experience, acts as an invisible watchdog and gives me some form of closure when I say that nothing is fractured, and if the AI agrees with me, I'm more likely than not to say that I agree. Because the images are analyzed both by the surgeon and the software behind the surgeon, the patient is in certain cases exposed to a smaller degree of radiation, which is especially important when dealing with children and potentially pregnant women. And the efficiency of the doctor is also vastly improved because the process of interpreting X-ray images is significantly sped up, because you use effectively less time looking at the image because you are pointed to in the right direction by the software. Moving on. As we've heard, the AI's eye is far more detailed than the human eye, and it can detect anomalies that are invisible to the human eye, but also it can interpret anomalies as fractures that really are not anomalies, especially in the growing skeleton, or a skeleton that has been previously injured and has some form of a deformation already present. One thing that us surgeons constantly struggle with is the confirmation bias, which means that we seek signs that confirm our own hypothesis. The AI does not have that. It is a completely objective tool. It does not discriminate. So the process of analyzing the image is standardized, and there is no difference between patients. What I would really like to emphasize here is that the X-ray image itself is not a sufficient basis on which to treat a patient. The patient first needs to be asked about what happened, how the limb was functioning before and after the injury, and we need to examine the injured part of the body, because an X-ray image that the AI shows as a fractured limb, but the patient is walking on him, he probably does not have a fractured femur. So we need a clear correlation between patient medical history and clinical findings in order to effectively use AI when analyzing X-ray images. I'm going to briefly fly over some technical aspects because this is not my area of expertise. So what after reading some articles, the concept that I came up with in understanding how AI actually works is similar to how we learn to analyze images. So throughout medical school and during my 6 years of residency, I learned the microstructure of the bone, the macrostructure of the bone, then familiarize myself how this is then projected onto an image by the X-ray machine. And then I've been trained to detect anomalies by reading several books. And after that, I was able to analyze images. And then after analyzing thousands of images, I got a feeling for what is a fraction, what isn't. And the AI does this in much the same way. The AI uses something that is called convolutional neural networks, which is a highly complicated piece of software, which first extracts key image characteristics. And these characteristics are then analyzed and compared to data sets on which the AI is trained. And as a result, deep learning techniques are trained to search for characteristics that are indicative of a fracture or not. So essentially the same as a human brain does, but with the asterisk that the human brain gets tired, the AI does not get tired. It does not need sleep. Sometimes bones are also analyzed with a CT scanner or an MRI scanner, and these points of data can be added to the AI modules that are used to train it. So CT and MRI represent an invaluable asset in this. The neural networks are adaptive and can learn on very large data sets. And they are, at least in our case, they are seamlessly integrated into our PACS system. And once we have if we search for our patient, the original images as well as the analyzed images are in plain view. We don't have to separately search for them. What I would also like to see is a sort of a question and answer option, whereby you look at an image and then you click yes or no, and then the AI gives you the answer. And in that way, you and the AI both can learn from each other. That's an improvement I would like to see. Some limitations, as we've heard, the image quality, image artifacts, and patient position can all negatively affect the AI's interpretation because the AI is trained in so-called perfect conditions, but sometimes patient cannot be properly positioned, sometimes the image capture technique is poor, sometimes the X-ray machine breaks down, the image isn't as well as we'd like to be, and then the AI is in a way compromised. The AI can also read into radiology reports for certain things, although most fractures are not deduced by radiologists but by treating surgeons. Following this, I would like to briefly touch on some ethical aspects, because AI seems to have rushed into our practice, and we're still trying to catch up, and therefore the legislative and ethical aspect needs to be considered. The convoluted neural networks are sometimes referred to as black boxes because we don't really have an insight into how they actually work. So the background process is unknown to us. We just have to, in certain cases, blindly trust that it's doing the right thing. Therefore, our trust in this process can be deteriorated to a degree. And the problem with AI is that it requires very, very large databases to effectively learn to read. That therefore it is critically important that patient confidentiality is placed at the very top of the list, because if you pour hundreds of thousands of X-ray images into a data set, you need to make sure that no patient data leaks onto the internet, because once it's on the internet, you can never get rid of it. Following this, I would like to touch on the anonymity associated with X-ray images, because usually when we look up an image, we have to type in the patient's name, the patient's surname, sometimes even their date of birth, and we have to make sure that these data do not get transferred along with the image to the data set, because the AI system that we use is not present in Slovenia. I think it's present in France, but I'm not really sure. So that is a potential problem. Again, as we've heard, the question of accountability, who is accountable if something goes wrong? And therefore, several authors have expressed the need to develop ethical review boards in order to set clear and concise guidelines as to how AI can and should be implemented into medical practice. I highlighted this as a bullet point on its own. The artificial intelligence is, in my opinion, to only be used as an adjunct and as a crutch. It's not meant to replace a doctor, in my opinion, at least as far as injured patients are concerned. And now I will briefly touch upon some personal experience from my practice in the emergency room, because that's, besides the OR, that's my primary area of work. Again, the patient needs to be examined and asked. The clinical examination is a key component, and the X-ray image on its own is useless without it. And we are treating a person in front of us, be it a child, an adult, an elderly person. We do not treat X-rays, just like we don't treat laboratory results. Sometimes, especially in children, we can compare limbs to each other, because sometimes kids can have some bony spurs present, for example, on the humerus, that someone who is inexperienced can suspect being a fracture, but is not. We have to be familiar with how the skeleton looks, both in an adult, in a child, or an elderly person. We need to examine the X-ray image and only then come up with a conclusion. So it's an interplay of hardware, software, emotions, and everything. The AI can help us either confirm or deny what we thought was present on the image. Again, in certain special circumstances, it can be clearly beneficial. Again, in children that have some bony outgrowths that someone can indicate to be a fracture. And again, I was also told this by my best friend, who is also my colleague, that when you're in a stressful situation in the emergency department, the AI can help you keep your conscience clean and give you at least the impression that you did everything right, because that's what you try to do. Again, this is an example that I would cite, very easily missed, and if missed, can have dire consequences. And again, the decision whether a patient has a fractured bone rests with us, not with the AI. The AI is only to be used as a crutch when our brain is too tired to walk on its own. Thanks.
Thank you very much for the nice presentation, and especially to bring us the use of AI in emergency, and especially in these very difficult cases, to know or not to know if the bone is broken. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Are there any questions on these topics?
Any questions?
As expected, radiologists need to ask a question. Thanks, very nice examples. I'd like to ask, in practice, have you done an internal audit?
No.
I'd been...
No.
No, so you don't have any data on false positives and false negatives.
I tried collecting them, but I wrote them down myself, but it quickly gets forgotten because when you get into that stressful period of the night, it's not really a primary concern, but it's something I plan on doing.
Good. Maybe two very quick follow-ups. One is, do you have also any data on has the use of CT or MRI to further evaluate equivocal cases risen or fall down?
I would say that if I have to guess, because I haven't conducted a study on my own, I'm just representing a clinician's point of view, I would say that the use of CT has gone up. Because sometimes, oh, it says it's a fracture, I think it's not, let's do a CT to make sure. That kind of a mindset.
And just the final one, because emergency is obviously a fertile field for that, a well-described phenomenon in using AI is automation bias, which means that the more you use it, the more you trust it, and you just follow it, and it can be either false positive or false negative. And after having 40 patients at 4 a.m. in the morning, I think that can be a real...
Let's just say that I get less calls since we started using AI, and more if it breaks down.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So we can continue with the last presentation, and this is from Boštjan Gomilšek, and biometric data is part of the next generation EU Cloud Edge Continuum. Please.
Kje dal? Jaz imam tle samo tole. Samo je prijel moj mail. Je še angliška? Gre še angliška zraven? Ok, dobro. Bom v angliščini govoril posneči. Če vam je tako v redu, če ne lahko to počakamo, damo angliško. Dobro. Okay, I will speak in English, but the presentation will be in Slovene. I also have an English version, but yeah. Okay, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me. I think I'm perhaps the only one not coming from the medical environment here, but I'm coming from the IT company. And what I will be presenting is very much related to what Dr. Tasic was explaining, but I will focus on what is going on in the European cloud infrastructure, and I think we can then really relate here. Okay, so there is an IPCI mechanism in Europe, the important projects of common European interest. There were several projects already, and the goal of these projects is to really boost the development and innovation in Europe. There was IPCI on hydrogen, on batteries, and you probably know some of them. We as a company, we're a small Slovenian company, the IT company. We are part of the IPCI CIS, the cloud infrastructure, where the Europe really aims to boost the competences and the development of the European sovereign cloud infrastructure. There are 12 countries taking part. 1.2 billion euros are invested in the project. There are 19 large projects and quite a few small projects, and 109 partners there. Slovenia, you can imagine, out of those 1.2 billion is just giving a small amount. And what evolved out of this already, the project is still ongoing, is the ORA initiative, which is actually an initiative to set up the multi-provider decentralized cloud infrastructure, where several cloud providers, such as Italian Telecom, Deutsche Telekom, mostly telcos, are taking part. There are also some Slovenian companies which are working in the area of cloud providing, cloud services providing, are part of this project. There are some projects which I will mention within this IPCI, which are related to the medicine. And there are Italian Telecom and Atos are working on a critical infrastructure supporting the telemedicine and the medical systems. There is a Retellite company which works on the project with genomic and health infrastructure. The OCHK is the Polish company which is setting up the national electronic health record systems. Then there is a company working on the advanced diagnostic and predictive AI. Diagnostic imaging is also part of it. Then the medical digital twin by engineering in Italy, and Reply is working on the smart telemedicine. So what is actually going on here is that all those systems are required to be compatible. So that's really the next level that is happening now in Europe, because Europe is a Babylon of different systems, different providers. I think in Europe there's over 200 telcos. You know, if you compare to America, where I think it's a handful, that's really a mess here in Europe. There are projects also linked to the artificial intelligence, but mostly for predicting and optimizing the cloud infrastructure. One, however, with the E-Group from Hungary, is really offering the federated continuum of AI systems in cloud and edge. Edge is something that is really focused here within the IPCI because, okay, cloud is far away, but edge is close, you know, so close to the company, because sometimes latencies in data transfer are also important. Regarding medicine, perhaps what is to mention is that Italian Telecom is thinking of supporting the really robust infrastructure for the remote surgery. So that's part. Italian Telecom is also one of our partners. So we had to align with several partners, and Italian Telecom is one of them. Our partner is also Reply Engineering, because they are working on the medical cases, and Atos is also our partner, and E-Group is our partner on the project. Okay, now I will go slowly into our project, but I will try to be quick. Like you also said, the future of the health is digital. That's no doubt about it. The number of population is growing. The life expectancy is extending. There are less and less doctors available per capita, and the medicine is advancing, which means that the diseases which were not treatable are now treatable, and more doctors are dealing with them. So they are more occupied with medicine. One case is very similar to your case. This is a case in Germany. There is a company, a startup in Germany, setting up a backpack, not for home use, but for a remote doctor's office where there is no doctor, you know, and these are the gadgets that are there. Yeah, the scale, of course. I'm the IT guy, you know, but what you mentioned is really relating to what I'm hearing when I talk to doctors. Measuring the percentage of body weight with the 50 euro worth of scale, and just showing that the percentage of water is increasing can show a heart failure. I'm not a doctor again, please don't treat me like that. Yeah, so it really goes into that direction. But what we are set up to do within the IPCI is to set up a platform for gathering and analyzing biometric data, which will be open source, which will be hopefully in time become a standard. And then different systems can connect to it. We already discussed with the authors of this system to be integrated into our platform. It will be open source, so it will be a IPCI platform actually. So the goal of the platform is to gather the data within the standard APIs, standard formats. We start with the OpenAir. The reason why we start with the OpenAir is because in Slovenia, OpenAir is somehow predominant because of the historical reasons. Of course, with time, we would also like it to be part of the Slovenian national health system. Yeah, and the data there can be analyzed with different algorithms. There are different machine learning models can be set up there, and hopefully the more providers, and a lot of it is happening, but it's really like an isolated island. We would like to be part, to be a common ground there to share the data, as I will show in the next slide. So the idea is that a platform can be used distributed, so you can have one installation, another installation, but the data can be shareable. So we will, within IPCI, we will demonstrate that. That's our goal. And again, the IPCI is technical. It's not a medical project. The IPCI is cloud infrastructure. It's a technical project, not a medical one. There are several cases. There is a cloud. Then there is near edge, and then there is far edge. So you can, as a far edge, you can consider a mobile app, which can have some functionality. You can actually consider what's called in English, you know, the setup of the telco provider with their cell phones. It has actually a processing power. I wasn't aware of that until my partners in the project told me that. So some filtering can be on that level. Cell phone I mostly see as really a filtering of the data, not to send trash into the system, but can do some simple algorithms also, right? Then can be what is considered a near edge. Can actually be a platform used within one hospital, and that's also regarding the data protection. You know, hospitals are not really willing to share the data, but they are really reluctant because they are afraid that their data will come out and go public. But if it's within their environment, then they're sure it's okay. However, by using federated learning, and we have to demonstrate within the IPCI also that by using federated learning, you can then improve. So you can then send the learning models to the hospitals, to the research institutions, and models can run there and then combine into one bigger knowledge. So that's roughly the idea. We are cooperating with several partners on the project. With Amadeus from France, we are working on the data level, so the data exchange level, the billing mechanisms, and the security, also data security levels. Then there is the company that I mentioned from Hungary, the E-Group, is actually leading this AI platform within the IPCI project. The goal of the AI platform is to be, you don't need a really strong data scientist or AI scientist to really analyze the data, but somebody with medical knowledge can become a data scientist and use this platform to analyze their data. So that's their goal, and that's what we are integrating into our so not really integrating, making it compatible. What are next steps? So we are now approximately in the middle of the project. It has to be finished by the June 26th. Now there are some testbed projects, VirtOra and LabOra. VirtOra, so Aura is the initiative. VirtOra is a testbed project around the Spanish company, OpenNebula. We are part of that, and so where we will do, I know how much you're the IT guys, but what we will demonstrate is there will be a virtual machine template. Anybody can take it and make an instance of it, and the platform is there. You can use it at within the hospital. You can use it in the cloud, and it's there. And the same with the LabOra. LabOra is another testbed environment within IPCI where the telcos are led by the Italian telecom, and we will also demonstrate in their environment that our platform works. So all about, from our side, all about the IPCI is that we are using what others are doing, the telcos and the other IT companies, which are the cloud companies, are doing, and we are taking advantage of that. The next steps for us is then, once we will have this, is the finding the further financing to develop it, perhaps other IPCIs, then applying the different cases of use to be part of the platform, so it can be exchanged by several different providers, and of course going into a specific projects for a specific disease. Because if you want to use AI it was said already before, every disease is actually a separate AI project or a separate project for finding algorithm. It has to have a separate research, perhaps also confirmed by the Ethics Commission. And that is where we are aiming. Result is 90 company, small company in Slovenia. We have 54 employees, but we do have a research group registered at the National Research Agency, so we can cooperate there. IPCI is something that is really happening strongly, and next IPCI is on AI. So if you have any ideas, what would be the next good idea to cooperate on for a specific type of disease, or perhaps a model which can cover several diseases, it can also be, please come to us and we can discuss it. Regarding IPCI, Slovenia is very progressive in Europe, even though we're very small. I have to mention the lady who is in the ministry for the economy. It's Nena Dukuzov. She's really eager to promote IPCI, and actually German ministry is asking her for advice. So we are really, regarding our Ministry of Economy, we are really good at IPCI. What I'm lacking is the Ministry for the higher education. Because in IPCI in Slovenia only the companies, the private companies were able to apply, but not the public bodies and medical institutions. However, in other countries like Poland, we have the Technical University of Gdańsk, financed by another means of financing. So it would be great if in Slovenia, if you have connections to the Ministry for Higher Education, to say also to them to come and join the IPCI and fund the IPCI project. So I try to be as quick as possible, but yeah, it's more technical, not so medical.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And
yeah, I think it's time to have many meetings made, and questions can be incorporated in the round table process. I hope you agree, and then we can change.
First, don't be afraid. It will be very brief. We have to clear the room before 5 p.m. So, in the name of the organizers, I would really like to thank all the speakers for the excellent lectures this morning and in the afternoon. And I was asked by Professor Puredos to try to wrap up things, and I think I would like to ask those of us who are present still 3 questions that come through my mind. And perhaps the first question I would ask Professor Mainzer to comment on. We have been hearing a lot about the vast amounts of energy needed for contemporary AI systems. And your talk has been a little bit about making AI energy efficient. Do you think this is a long-range question, that perhaps making AI more energy efficient might give a chance to the smaller players who are now out of the game, including Europe? Please, a comment.
Yes, I think that is a real crucial question, especially for the position of Europe. Because in the US, you will remember the introduction of the new president. And he introduced himself together with these high-tech companies, representatives. And then he asked these people, how much energy do you need? How much nuclear plants and things like that? I will give it to you. And also money, but especially energy. Because in the US, petroleum and things like that is rather cheap. And now he thinks he can go on in that way. But I think that is an illusion, even in the US. And it is even an illusion in Russia, because they have also a lot of natural resources. And in Europe, by nature, we are restricted with our natural resources. And therefore, I think that is a good opportunity for Europe to show that it is better to learn from nature. That was my first point. To learn from nature, and nature is rather efficient. I illustrated that with the brain, and you can go on, especially the physicians, to consider the supply network in a human organism. So to make a long story short, I think in the future we should consider better computational architectures which are much more sustainable. Anyway, all our technology, all our innovation should in the end consider the SDGs. The SDGs of the United Nations, the sustainability development goals, and in the center there is sustainability, and that means nutrition, but that means also energy supply. We must be very cautious and have to consider the restrictions and limits in nature on this planet. Because this illusion in science fiction, now here is an end at our planet, let's go to another planet. That is not a solution. But that is a little bit the propaganda which is made in the Silicon Valley and elsewhere. And so we should be more realistic and considering the sustainability in our technology. So we should offer a strong technology and a strong AI here in Europe, but considering these limitations of resources and nature. And I think that is would be a good offer, and Europe will become attractive with intelligent solutions.
Thank you. Strongly agree. Please.
Yes, I would just like to add that there are few projects in IPCICs which are really focusing on green data centers. You know, data center is actually basic for AI. And there are now AI factories being built, several projects, billions of euros put into that, which also have this consideration. So thank you for that.
Thank you. The second question I would like to ask Professor Bochting. We are all aware that technology helps us, makes us feel better sometimes, but sometimes it doesn't help us, it makes us feel worse, and it can make us, it can make us even less intelligent. What would be your view, your advice on how to interact with this technology that is inevitably coming?
Yeah, very nice question. Thank you for that. Let's start with a very positive note. Like, if you look in the history, when it came to technological discoveries, like for instance, the first car, then there were also all the newspapers were full with like, oh, this is dangerous and this is not good for society, people will get killed. And of course they were right. There are many people that got unfortunately killed by a car accident, but still we adopted it. So, and this is also for this technology, it's a fast evolving time when it comes to digital society, AI and so on, and we simply need time to adapt. And this might cost some generations. So it might result in sort of lost generations that are addicted to all kind of digital devices. I think we have many examples of governments that try to regulate it, for instance, forbid a mobile phone on the schools below a certain age and so on. But I also think that human beings they are part of nature and they are adaptive. It simply takes time. I can give an example for this. So I often commute, I'm living in a suburb of Amsterdam. I often commute by public transport. So say 10, 15 years ago, the young people were all on their cell phones and talking. Really drove me crazy because I wanted to work a bit in the train. But now you don't see that anymore, at least not the same part that I commute on. They don't talk on the phone. They are on their phones, but they are not talking. Now you could say, yeah, there's also new evidence showing that young people more and more are a bit social anxious. So they are a bit anxious to talk to someone, either on the phone or face to face. That could be the case, but that might be temporary. It might also be that in the meantime, there is a bit of a moral code that you do not disturb others when you're talking with others. No one said this you cannot do. There was no public policy campaign on this in the Netherlands, but still it changed. So I think human beings in general are very adaptive, but it doesn't mean that the adaptation will actually be there within one generation. And on the negative side, given that now the transformation in digitalization, AI and so on is predetermined by big tech, and big tech they have an interest, they have a commercial interest to win, to get money, but also to have power. Like if we do not somehow have an answer to this, then I have a very negative scenario. Because then we could create as society a tipping point where we actually use the most, or we lose most of the most important values we have as human beings. So therefore, I'm so excited to be here with all these bright people, because who are the ones that actually can make a difference? That are the people that really care about human beings and also have some ideas, not only about science, but also policy making, or even what we now the sorry, I forgot the name of that also represented the Vatican. Sorry, also representing other moral values. So yes, I think positive side, human beings are very adaptive, but it might cost some generations, might take time. But now we are at a critical phase because the people in power are, to my opinion, at the moment, companies. And that might be a bit risky.
Yes, I completely agree. That might be very risky. Thank you so much. And the last question that went through my mind, and I would like to ask this question to Dr. Zaglic and Dr. Arnuš, is do you perceive the use of artificial intelligence as a serious threat to the capabilities of today's physicians or tomorrow's physicians? Might there be the phenomenon of detraining, loss of competence? Is that a serious issue, or do you think it's more hype?
Okay, I'll start. You mentioned my name first. Thanks for the question. I think already during the break we touched this issue a bit. So it's not. I don't think we have enough of research or evidence what's going to happen, but it's definitely a risk. Thing is that by having this support all the time, or even in the future, by taking majority of, let's say, simple cases out of your normal workflow, it means you'll only end up with reporting, if I can use the example of prostate MRI, prostate just occasionally, right? But what has been shown actually is that now we have 3 levels of, let's say, MRI reporters, even cardiac reporters or breast reporters, like beginner, intermediate, and expert. And to be an expert, you need a certain number of cases to be read, and also a certain number of cases after you reach that level to then maintain that expert level in the future. And if you take all the simple cases of prostate cancer out, what to do then with the ones when they come, the complex ones, the ones that they have artifacts and AI just didn't work, or the ones that another type of tumor mimicked the adenocarcinoma of prostate, or what if abscess or granulomatous prostatitis or other conditions that mimic prostate cancer, and then we can be a bit less skillful. Same thing is actually happening now. We can take this as a parallel from chest x-rays and MSK x-rays, you know, because I know in Maribor you report, in trauma surgeons, you guys report x-rays. In the UK, the story is slightly different. So in the UK, that was primarily reported by us, radiologists. And in the recent years, because of the workload, radiographers have taken over reporting fractures. And since radiographers have taken over, there is also a problem of having young radiologists, so trainees, registrars, to be trained, because they can't be trained. There is not enough of cases there to be trained to become experts in reporting fractures. So this skill long-term, I think in the UK, is getting lost within the radiological community. So I think there is a certain risk. And if I can maybe just rephrase the question a bit as a radiologist, I'm now at the moment involved in an opinion paper from the European Working Group on Artificial Intelligence in prostate cancer. I'll be leading a study on screening, introducing AI in screening for prostate cancer in London, and I'm writing a piece on that. So just to give a perspective here, sorry, I just lost for a sec. I wanted to say about screening. Yeah, so perspective here. It's not, I wanted to rephrase the question, yeah, sorry. So it's not just about AI and radiologists who's gonna win. I think there is a risk, and that's what we are trying also to explain in that paper. It's also a risk in a way of AI plus clinicians taking over and sidelining radiology. It's not just like radiology being sidelined by AI itself. The thing is that, for instance, in prostate cancer, there can be a urologist who gets imaging, they get then AI software, they get then see where the lesions are, they do a biopsy, and they have a diagnosis.
Okay, thank you.
So that's one of the risks as well, right? And that, but there are other aspects that we need to describe, as I said before, staging, preoperative planning, other conditions, and so on, and how to advance the field. Because if the field stays as it is at the moment, it won't advance. But to advance the field, you need new MRI sequences, and you need imaging experts that can advance the field. Otherwise, it would just stay as it is at the moment. So I think we need to be careful with that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. A comment from the clinician, surgeon.
My question, my answer off the top of my head would have to be no, because to your question, because this whole issue boils down to the concept of accountability. So we know that medicine is rife with litigation, and you can't really trial an AI program, right, in a court of law. So I think solely because of that, the AI, I think, will remain as an adjunct and not a final decision maker, similar to what we have with self-driving cars, right? Who's responsible if an accident happens, right? I don't think we'll ever see fully autonomous driving simply because of that issue, but we'll see.
Okay, thank you. And now I would ask our president, Professor Puredos, for a few closing words.
Yes, thank you. Very shortly. I'm lucky that we will able to realize this exciting meeting. And thank you very, very much for your support. Organizers, my colleagues, Dusan Radko for technical support, our PR, Ula, and especially speakers. First of all, thank you very much, Professor Meitzer, that you used the time and to learn us about the AI, and Professor Bobkin. Also, thank you for all Slovenian speakers. I think I can say that all the session was at high scientific level, and what I learned today, I'm not so familiar with AI, that artificial intelligence is something that is part of our everyday life. It's a reality. We have accepted and incorporate in the different fields of our activities, particularly medicine. However, I'm convinced that it's very useful tool. However, it cannot substitute human brain. It gives us what we do, put it in. He helps us solve different problems, but anyhow, it cannot completely substitute our thinking, our brain potential. And the second point, we have to be careful using AI, and there are some ethical questions which have to be solved before it will be used. I believe that in short future it will be used also in clinical routine management. So once again, thank you very much, and welcome again to Slovenia, especially as coming from other countries, and good afternoon.